Welcome to Goat versus Fish.
Dang the fish, do be fish? Do you be goat or a fish? Don't sit on the fence. Because the goat do be goat and the fish do be fish, the medieval man sitter sits on the fence. But the goat do be goat and the fish do be fish. Do you be goat or a fish?
Make some noise for the goat, make some noise for the goat. Make some noise for the goat, make some noise for the goat. Celebration Thunderchecks.
Welcome again to Goat vs. Fish. Welcome again to Goat vs. Fish.
This shall be a mighty versus.
This is the current versus. This is the current versus.
Make some noise for the goat, make some noise for the goat. This shall be a mighty versus.
Goat fishing versus. Goat fishing versus.
Celebration. Oh, my versus. This shall be a mighty versus.
Are you goat or fish? Are you goat or are you fish? This is the versus. Are you goat or are you fish? 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 This is the versus. Are you goat or are you fish? 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 Are you goat or fish? Are you goat or are you fish? Are you fish? Goat or are you fish? Are you goat or are you fish?
There shall be a mighty versus.
This shall be a
Do you be goat? 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 Do you be fish? Do you be fish? Do you be fish? Do you be goat? Do you be goat? Or do you be fish? Because the goats do be goat and the fish do be fish. Do you be goat or a fish? Don't sit on the fence. Well, goats are of the land and fish are of the sea. But goat versus fish, which one do you be? Do you be goat or a fish? Meh. Do you be goat or a fish? Boom, 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 boom. Because the goats do be goat and the fish do be fish. Do you be goat or a fish? Don't sit on the fence. Now repeat after goat versus fish. Doobie 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 a doobie goat, doobie goat, doobie goat, doobie goat, or doobie fish, a doobie goat or a fish, because the goats do be goat and the fish do be fish. Do you be goat or a fish? Don't sit on the fence. Well, goat versus fish came up to me and said, a goat or a fish, which one do you be? Do you be goat or a fish? 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 Because the goats do be goat and the fish do be fish. Do you be goat or a fish? Don't sit on the fence. Because the goats do be goat and the fish do be fish. The medieval fence sitter sits on the fence. But the goats do be goat and the fish do be fish. Do you be goat or a fish?
Welcome, goat. Welcome, fish. Welcome, fence sitters. Welcome to Goat versus Fish. Welcome to Goat vs. Fish. Welcome to Goat vs. Fish. An amazing and exciting versus that asks you the one true question. Are you goat or are you fish? Some say Goat vs. Fish is a sham. Some say Goat vs. Fish is a scam. Some say Goat vs. Fish is just spam. But I am what I am. But I am what I am. Goat vs. Fish brings the verses to you. We promise the verses we tell you are true. And it comes from within you, and it comes from within you even if you haven't a clue that it is something to do, that it is something to do. You wake up and it's Goat versus Fish. You go to work and it's Goat versus Fish. You have an existential crisis and it's Goat versus Fish. We are here to tell you that the answer is Goat versus Fish. The question is Goat versus Fish. And the question of Goat versus Fish is, are you goat or are you fish? Don't sit on the fence. This is Goat versus Fish. And now for the opening verses. Goat versus fish, 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 goat, 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 goat. Let's hear it for goat, 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 goat. Let's hear it for fish. Let's hear it for fish. Fish, 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 fish. Celebration for fish, 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 fish. Celebration for goat, 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 goat. And let's hear it. Let's hear it for the fence sitter. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Fence sitters, you know how they are. You know how they are. You know how they are. And welcome to Goat vs. Fish. Let's give a big welcome. Let's give a big welcome. Let's give a big welcome to Goat vs. Fish. A big welcome to Goat vs. Fish. A big welcome to Goat vs. Fish. And let's show you some evidence. Because you have been missing Goat vs. Fish. You have been dreaming of kissing Goat vs. Fish. But Goat vs. Fish has been here all along, and celebration to Wow Mom for 36 months of Goat vs. Fish. Celebration to Wow Mom for 36 months of Goat vs. Fish with the subscription to Goat vs. Fish. Wow Mom. Celebration, the mighty goat, the creator of many goat and fish, it is said. Stitch by stitch, goat by goat, and fish by fish. Appreciation. And it looks like Gunpowder Cash with the subscription to Goat vs. Fish for goat. Celebration for goat. Gunpowder Cash, appreciation from Goat vs. Fish. Appreciation from Goat vs. Fish. Thanks for the cash, Gunpowder Cash. You can keep the gunpowder for yourself. We'll just take the cash. And you have given us cash in the verses of a subscription to Goat vs. Fish, and with much appreciation from Goat vs. Fish. If you want appreciation from Goat vs. Fish, then you can subscribe to Goat vs. Fish. Wouldn't that be a fun verses? In the absence of Goat vs. Fish, whom you have missed, remember that Goat vs. Fish is never truly absent in your verses as long as you're thinking about Goat vs. Fish and philosophizing about Goat vs. Fish and even, yes, praying to Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish has introduction praying into the verses of Goat vs. Fish. You can pray to Goat vs. Fish. You can say to Goat vs. Fish. You can sing Goat vs. Fish. If you can do all these verses, if you can think, and you can say, and you can philosophication, and you can sing, and you can do all of these things to Goat vs. Fish, and if everything is Goat vs. Fish, then there is no fencing verses why you should not be able to pray to Goat vs. Fish. So if you wish to pray to Goat vs. Fish, now is the verses to pray to Goat vs. Fish. And now in this verses, we pray to Goat vs. Fish. Hey, Goat vs. Fish. Thanks for all the verses. Are you goat or fish? This has been a prayer to Goat vs. Fish. Nice prayer, Goat vs. Fish. What a prayer to Goat vs. Fish. You can pray to Goat vs. Fish whenever you wish and however you wish. We will not even say how many verses a day that you have to pray to Goat vs. Fish. Actually, you should just pray constantly to Goat vs. Fish. In your sleep, you pray to Goat vs. Fish. As you wake, you pray to Goat vs. Fish. As you say, if you are goat or fish, it is a prayer to Goat vs. Fish. Everything you do is a prayer to Goat vs. Fish. Constant praying to Goat vs. Fish. You don't have to worship Goat vs. Fish. You don't even have to pray to Goat vs. Fish. But you can pray to Goat vs. Fish, so why not say that you can pray to Goat vs. Fish? Goat vs. Fish is on my mind all the time. Goat vs. Fish is on my mind all the time.
Versus Fish.
versus Fish.
But in the absence of Goat vs. Fish, Goat vs. Fish has been getting stronger, and now we are going to provide for you some evidence of the growing strength of Goat vs. Fish. Time for some evidence of strength growing of Goat vs. Fish. Time for the strength of Goat vs. Fish. Time for the strength of Goat vs. Fish. Let's give it up for the strength of Goat vs. Fish. What a beautiful verses. What a beautiful verses. You too can grow stronger with Goat vs. Fish. Just keep lifting goat. Just keep lifting fish. You think that fence is too heavy to lift? It might be too heavy to lift this verses. But if you keep trying to lift that fence and grow stronger and stronger every verses, then fences which once stood in your path whoosh, will be slashed, will be crashed, and will be amassed in a giant pile of all of the fences that you have overcome. Become stronger this verses. Fish, the goat are coming for you. The goat are coming for you, and they're lifting goat. They're lifting goat and getting stronger. Fish, the fish are getting stronger too. Goat, you'd better watch out, because fish is putting in the verses. It's tail day for fish. It's tail day for fish. Celebration for goat versus fish. Celebration for the strength of goat versus fish. Goat and fish, this versus, we are going to look at some famous quotes of goat versus fish. We're going to look at some famous quotes of goat versus fish. And we're going to learn the ancient wisdom of goat versus fish. That's what we're doing on this goat versus fish, on this verses of goat versus fish. Celebration for goat, Dragon Balls 325. Celebration for goat, howdy Hazemaker 420, howdy Hazemaker 420. Adam S says, fish here, count me for the fish. But before we get into some famous quotes of goat versus fish, it's time. Oh, my verses. Oh, goat versus fish. Hydration. Hydration celebration. Before we get into that verses, we've got to count the goat and fish. We've got to count the goat and fish. So let's count the goat and fish. Let's count goat versus fish. Let's count the goat versus fish. That's what we want to verses about. That's what we want to verses about. So here we have the ancient verses of goat versus fish. Here we have the ancient verses of goat versus fish. And we are going to say elimination to that old verses. Elimination to that old verses, goat and fish. We've got a new verses. We have got a new verses of goat versus fish. Clean the verses, clean the verses, clean the verses, clean the verses. Lord Saturn says goat, Lord Saturn says goat. So we're going to make it written that it's goat versus fish. That's the first verses. That's the first verses. Make it written that it's goat versus fish. Every goat versus fish is a little different, and here's goat versus fish. And we think for this Goat versus Fish Thursday of Goat versus Fish, we're going to do an old-fashioned verses. We love going back to the old verses, traditional goat versus fish. We are going to count the goat and fish. We're going to count how many goat and how many fish, and we're also going to count bits for goat versus fish. We're going to count bits for goat versus fish. Going to count bits for goat versus fish. And we are going to count subscriptions for goat versus fish. We'll call that verses. We'll call the verses will be the subscription for goat versus fish. And sound alerts. Oh, my verses. Do you remember the sound alerts for goat versus fish? We remember sound alerts. Sound alerts of goat, sound alerts of fish. We'll do sound alerts from goat versus fish. We'll do radiations. These are all ways to score verses on goat versus fish. All ways to score verses on goat versus fish. All ways to score verses on goat versus fish. And of course we have polls. Polls are a big verses. Polls are a big verses. There will be the verses for polls. And speaking of polls, 77 T-Bird, Goat vs. Fish Strength. Welcome to being the first-time chatter of Goat vs. Fish. 77 T-Bird, are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or are you fish? We did have a poll. Hey, it's Cracker Barrel Kid 51. Welcome to Cracker Barrel Kid 51 on the YouTube of Goat vs. Fish. We've seen Crackle Barrel. We've seen Cracker Barrel Kid 51. That's an old Killing Tony reference to Goat vs. Fish. It's an old Killing Tony reference. We believe we have seen Cracker Barrel Kid 51 somewhere out there on YouTube commenting on Goat vs. Fish. Did they leave a nice comment for Goat vs. Fish? Did they leave a mean comment for Goat vs. Fish? Goat vs. Fish does not recall, but it's all verses under the fence now because Cracker Barrel Kid 51 is in the chat of Goat vs. Fish and asks who came first, the goat or the fish. This is a mighty philosophication of Goat vs. Fish. And of course, the verses is, in the beginning, there was Goat vs. Fish, the goat fish, and Goat vs. Fish said that there should be goat and that there should be fish. If you wish more information about this verses, then sign up for Goat vs. Fish University and receive your Goat vs. Fish education. You can receive it by subscribing to Goat vs. Fish on Twitch or on YouTube, and one verses maybe we'll make a class for you. Average Husband. Oh my god, dude, you still do this. Welcome, Average Husband, to Goat vs. Fish. Yes, Goat vs. Fish still does this. It never stopped being Goat vs. Fish, Average Husband. Are you still an average husband? Are you still doing that? Are you still an average husband? Still? Welcome back to Goat vs. Fish. Welcome back to Goat vs. Fish. Welcome back to Goat vs. Fish. And let's have a look at this versus. We had a poll. We have a poll currently versing on YouTube now, but we're going to check the poll that was on Twitch. The poll that was on Twitch. Goat vs. Fish. Looking now at the Twitch poll that began the verses of Goat vs. Fish. We're going to view the results. View the results of the poll of Goat vs. Fish. And we've got a verses here. We've got a verses. And the verses is, as we can see, Fish. Fish have won the poll by one vote. Fish have won the poll by one vote. In the first poll of Goat vs. Fish, on Twitch, and the verses is 4 voters for Goat, 4 votes and 4 votes, and 4 voters for Goat. Fish had only 1 voter, but spent 396 channel points. Alex Bernal 8, the lone fish, taking out 4 goats in the verses of 1 fish versus 4 goats. The fish do triumph. Fish has taken the verses. And a very efficient verses indeed, using only as many channel points, using only as many verses as were strictly necessary to triumph. That is a fish to be reckoned with. Celebration for Alex Bernal ate the fish. Alex Bernal ate the fish. There's that fish. There's that fish. And that was the verses. That was the first poll of the verses of this verses of Goat vs. Fish. And it shall be written that the fish has triumphed in this poll, So let's get that versus Fish. That's 1 poll for Fish. That's 1 poll for Fish. That's 1 poll for Fish. Strong Fish in the mighty verses. Even Goat Wow Mom concedes it. Celebration. But the counting of the verses continues. Here on Goat vs. Fish. The counting of the verses continues, and Alex Bernal ate the fish. We're going to put Alex Bernal ate the fish here in the verses. That's 1 fish. But Wow Mom with the mighty subscription, that's a goat. That's Wow Mom declaring for goat. That's Wow Mom with 1 goat for Goat vs. Fish, and that's 1 subscription for Goat vs. Fish. And if we remember how we count the subscription points on Goat vs. Fish, that's a tier 2. That's tier 2 subscription for Goat vs. Fish for 54 months. So we're going to count that, Goat vs. Fish. We used to count that the longer that you subscribed to Goat vs. Fish, it earned you bonus verses. But we're just going to say that each sub, that's one verses. But since Wow Mom is a tier 2 goat, that does count for 2 verses. That does count for 2 goat. Celebration for goat. Celebration for goat. Celebration for goat. Celebration for goat. So that's going to be 2 GoatScription points for Wow Mom with the resubscription to GoatVsFish, and Wow Mom with the goat. Now, that's not the only verses. We also have Gunpowder Cash with 3 months of goat. Gunpowder Cash with 3 months of goat. An explosive verses. That's another goat for Gunpowder Cash, celebration for goat, and that's going to be another GoatScription point for Gunpowder Cash right there in the verses. Appreciation. But we will say this, if you become a new subscriber to GoatVsFish, and we don't mean a gifted sub, but if you become a new subscriber to GoatVsFish of your very own volition, then GoatVsFish, we will count your subscription point for double verses, just for your first subscription to GoatVsFish. So go ahead and subscribe to GoatVsFish. And the counting continues. We have Rammy the Goat. Celebration for goat. We have Rammy the Goat, celebration for goat. We have Rammy the Goat. We have Rammy the Goat on Twitch. And we have Rammy Goat on YouTube as well. And we're going to count that for double verses. Yes. If you go to YouTube and you declare goat on YouTube, if you go to YouTube, you declare fish on YouTube. Or if you are on YouTube, if you go to Twitch and you declare goat on Twitch, you declare fish on Twitch, we're going to count it for double verses. And while you're on Twitch, follow GoatVsFish, subscribe to GoatVsFish, and while you're on YouTube, like the living stream of GoatVsFish and subscribe to GoatVsFish. It's double the verses. That may seem like 4 times the verses, but we double the verses and then we double the verses. Because when you double the verses, you double the doubling of the verses. That's a true double verses. We have Remy the Goat. We have Adam S. the Fish. Coming to you from YouTube. Cracker Barrel Kid 51. Are you goat or are you fish? Wussel Restbrook says, please put me down for 1 fish. Celebration for fish. And to email a copy of the receipt. We'll email you a copy of the receipt for fish. Wussel Restbrook goes for a fish. Exponential versus Charlie Bukowski. Are you goat or are you fish? We can make it written even with or without inebriation, Bukowski. We can make it written. But Charlie Bukowski says, always been a goat, no doubt. Celebration for goat. That's 5 goat in the verses. That's 5 goat. 5 goat, 3 fish. Explosive currencies, says goat. Celebration for goat. We're in the verses. Just give me currency. That's what I want. That's what I want. Currency, however, sounds a bit like fish, doesn't it? Fish swimming in the current in the sea of the fish. Beware of how you spend that currency, goat. It might end up in a sunken treasure when the fish versus the goat out at sea. Looking for that currency. Did fish invent money? Did fish invent capitalism with currency? Can you blame all of your capitalist woes on fish? Gunpowder Cash says goat celebration. We see you there on YouTube. Gunpowder Cash is claiming that double verses. And be sure to subscribe to GoatVsFish. It's free on YouTube. Autumn Samurai says celebration for fish. That's another fish in the verses. That's 4 now for the fish. Let's scroll back on GoatVsFish. Let's scroll back. Dragon Balls 325 says Yagi. Des. Yagi for goat. Yagi versus Akana. Dragon Balls is the Japanese goat. We hear that Kamehameha. Kame is a verses that is for some fence sitter that they call a turtle. So instead of Kamehameha, we think you should change the verses to Yagi-hameha. It should be Yagi-hameha for the wave art of the goat, even though the wave is fish. Listen, we can get the fanciness out of it, but you can't take the fish out of the verses. Yeah! Gee! Ha! Ne! Ha! That was a inaugural Yagi Hameha from Yagi vs. Sakana Dayo. Celebration. Our power level is over 9 million. It's over 9. It's over 4,000 Instagram followers and 2,000 subscribers on YouTube. Hazemaker420 says, howdy from Fish. Well, howdy, Fish. Howdy, Fish. Welcome, welcome, Fish. Welcome to the verses. Celebration. Celebration for Fish. That's one more Fish. Are you making haze this versus? Are you making haze this versus? 77 T-Bird. Are you getting high with Goat versus Fish? Or do you just say hi to Goat versus Fish? T-Bird, 77 T-Bird says Goat versus Fish. Strength? But 77 T-Bird, it's going to take your strength to choose Goat or Fish. Now is the versus to choose Goat or Fish. Lord Saturn, we got your goat. We got your goat. Alex Bernal 8, the Fish, and D. Dr. Get Good Gaming. Dr. Get Good Gaming for Goat. Dr. Get Good Gaming for Goat. Some say Goat versus Fish is a game for which we assign no blame. If you say Goat versus Fish is a game, then you play that game. You play that game. And Alex Bernal 8, the Fish. Alex Bernal 8, the Fish. A classic fish, a burning fish. Welcome back to Goat vs. Fish. Always pleasant to have you in the verses. Trip 323. Trip 323 says Gish and then Fote. Sounds like a fence sitter. Sounds like a fence sitter. Fence sitter. It's one fence sitter. Does it even count? No. Baconopia, are you goat or are you fish? Don't worry, Trip 323. It's never too late to choose goat or fish. Life is passing you by. Get off the fence. Make a decision. Danger Tater. Danger Tater says fish. Danger. Danger Tater says fish. It's a spud fish. It's a potato fish. It's a potato fish. How many eyes does the potato fish have? Do you like it boiled or fried? Might as well face it, I'm addicted to fish. Baconopia, well, there's some goat from Baconopia. Bacon goat. Bacon goat. Goat are really dominationing the verses, this verses. And look at how many have chosen goat or fish just in this verses alone. Just in this verses. Old Man G Gaming with the Ding Dong Show. Old Man G Gaming, welcome to Goat vs. Fish. Old Man G Gaming, are you goat or are you fish? Goat vs. Fish has been going to the Comedy Store Los Angeles on Mondays at 10:30 p.m. at the Comedy Store Belly Room. If you want to see a free show at the Comedy Store Los Angeles, Monday, 10:30 p.m., Goat vs. Fish, the Ding Dong Show, go, go, go to the Ding Dong Show. Price Douglas Stevens and Ungar and Jetpack. We have a declaration of I am catfish, and we have a declaration of I am fish. Celebration for fish. Fish not going to be counted out. Not going to be counted out just so quickly. Fish. That's one more fish. And that's another fish. And that's another fish. And that's another fish. That's two more fish in the verses. That's two more fish in the verses. Goat versus Fish is back. It's never not been Goat versus Fish. It's never not been Goat versus Fish. Celebration. We have counted all the verses. We have counted all the verses. Pitiably Cracker Barrel Kid 51 did not declare goat or fish yet, but perhaps they will return to the living stream of Goat versus Fish and make their declaration known. At this verses, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 fish, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 goat. It's a very close verses. It's a very close verses. We have 3 subscription points for goat, 3 subscription points for goat, and we have sound alerts. We may have had some sound alerts of Goat versus Fish. The sound alerts, we can't always hear them on Goat versus Fish. Sometimes they don't get counted as frequently as you would like. It's a chaotic versus. It's a chaotic versus. Goat versus Fish. We tried to keep track. And some say Goat versus Fish is biased, but you just have to trust Goat versus Fish. You just have to trust Goat vs. Fish. There have been some gigantifications of emotes here on Goat vs. Fish. We've had some celebrations for Goat from Lord Saturn. We've had some celebrations for Fish from Autumn Samurai. We've had a bowl of Goat vs. Fish. We've had a big versus. We've had a big versus so far. This is Goat vs. Fish versus this Goat vs. Fish. Forgotten Virtue on YouTube. Welcome to Goat vs. Fish. Forgotten Virtue. And lo, Forgotten Virtue did summon Goat vs. Fish by conducting Goat vs. Fish Thursdays live on Twitch. And that is why Goat vs. Fish Thursday is here, this very versus. If we're going to go live, it might as well be on Goat vs. Fish Thursday. A salutation. Virtue. Celebration for Forgotten Virtue. Celebration for Forgotten Virtue. Forgotten Virtue. Are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or are you fish, Forgotten Virtue? Let's goat versus fish. So now, Goat and Fish, you can subscribe to Goat vs. Fish. You can cheer bits for Goat vs. Fish. You can play sound alerts for Goat vs. Fish. You can win polls on Goat vs. Fish. You can conduct raids on Goat vs. Fish. And for those of you who are on YouTube who are thinking, I'd like to make a contribution to Goat vs. Fish. I'd like to make a contribution to Goat vs. Fish. Welcome, YouTube. Are you goat or fish? Then we will show you how to do it. We are going to leave a tip link just for you because Goat vs. Fish is attempting to achieve monetization on YouTube, and you watching and subscribing to Goat vs. Fish helps with that versus. But in the mean verses, if you really want to make a contribution to Goat vs. Fish, we have posted a tip link in the verses of Goat vs. Fish, in the chat of Goat vs. Fish. And we have, in the current poll of YouTube, we have Goat for 75% of the vote, and Fish for 12, and Fence for 12. 8 voters. It's only been 36 minutes, and Julian Mr. Humdinger, and Forgotten Virtue in the same verses. Julian Hemmen Dinger Donger with the fish. Celebration for fish. Appreciation for the tip, Forgotten Virtue. I'm at the Aquarium Gymnasium. Oh, you're at the gymnasium? Julian Mr. Humdinger? You're at the gymnasium? You think you're at the gymnasium? Well, then, how about this? Getting swole with goat versus fish. Getting strong with goat versus fish. Strong and swole. So forgotten virtue. Eye of the orange and black fence lion. What a fence embarrassment. Forgotten virtue. Forgotten virtue is on the fence. Forgotten virtue has forgotten their virtue and is on the fence. Aww. Sad, 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 sad verses. A sad, 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 sad verses. So yes, we have a poll. Yes, we have a poll. Yes, we have a poll going on YouTube. But it's time, Goat and Fish. It's time, Goat and Fish, for some wisdom of goat versus fish. It's time for some wisdom of goat versus fish. We think we need to make some wisdom written on goat versus fish. It's time. Many ancient verses has been written about goat versus fish. And many ancient verses that are considered wisdom have been inspired by goat versus fish. But it's time now to reveal the wisdom of goat versus fish. For some verses it is lost in translation. But we cannot accept this fancy machination, no. We must bring back the wisdom of goat versus fish. We must make goat versus fish versus again. Oh. So strong, goat versus fish. So let's get ready. Let's get ready for some wisdom of goat versus fish. And you, the chat, can help goat versus fish translation. You, the congregation, can help in translation of goat versus fish. So let's start this verses. Let's start this verses. Let's start this versus wisdom. The wisdom of goat versus fish. The wisdom of goat versus fish. So how are we going to start this wisdom? How are we going to start this wisdom? How are we going to start this wisdom? We'll show you. We'll show you how we're going to start the wisdom of goat versus fish. We'll show you. Oh, goat versus fish. Laundry dishes. Ah! That doesn't seem like the verses. Let's copy this verses. Copy this verses and we'll just do this verses, goat versus fish. And we'll select verses. Get a bold. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. We'll do that versus. And we'll select goat versus fish. Like this. Okay. Ooh, making sounds, yes. Making sounds, yes. Here we are. Laundry dishes, is that the wisdom we seek? Is that the wisdom we seek? Not quite. Not quite. We'll get there. We'll get there, goat and fish. We'll get there. We'll get there. Wisdom. Okay. Strange verses. Strange verses, but we'll accept it. We'll accept it. So now all we have to do is find some quotation of goat versus fish that needs some reversing. And goat versus fish knows just the verses. We'll just go to the interwebiverse and we'll search for. We'll go to the interwebiverse. Here we are. Duck, duck, go. Is a duck a goat or is it a fish? And we will just look for 100 wisest sayings. Philosophy quotes, life-changing wisdom. Try generating an AI-assist answer. How about no? How about rejection from goat versus fish? The power of positivity, 100 of the wisest quotes of all time. Quotes.wordscoach.com, 100 words of wisdom. Oh, my top 100 quotes of all time, wisdomly.net. That sounds pretty wise to Goat versus Fish. That sounds, it's so fancy. So fancy, but let's do it. This claims here to be the top 100 wisest quotes of all time. So let's just start from the first verses and go to the next verses. Can we even click upon it? First verses, it says, "Don't cry because it's over. Smile because it happened. Don't cry because it's over. Smile because it happened." Can we shrink this verses? Yes, we can. Oh, it really likes to stretch about, doesn't it? Okay. Okay, here's the verse. Goat versus fish. First verses. Don't cry because it's over. Smile because it happened. When you can do it later. So now for the translation of Goat versus Fish. Celebration for fish. We are raid. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. We're going to count your fish. We're going to count your fish in the verses. Julian Mr. Hemdinger says, "Can I say the wisest statement I've thought about myself about cinema?" Of course you can say a wise verses. We're going to count your fish. We're going to count your fish. Your fish has been counted. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. So first, when we analyze the wisdom of Goat versus Fish, we have to analyze the verses. What is the verses here? We're saying to don't cry, smile. So here, the verses is between crying and smiling. The verses is clearly between crying and smiling. So we can begin our translation by saying, don't goat because it's over. Fish because it happened. That's actually a pretty fine verses. That's quite a fine verses. Don't goat because it's over. Fish because it happened. How do we feel about this verses? How do we feel about this verses? Now, some might say crying should be for fish and the smiling should be for goat. They might say that crying because crying is the sea of the fish. Wet like the sea of the fish. Maybe fish is the crying. Maybe the crying is more of a fish kind of verses. So we could say don't fish because it's over. Goat because it's happened. But now that we look at this verses, we realize that it's a double verses. It's not just a verses between crying and smiling. It's also a verses between it's over and it happened. The verses of the philosophication here is saying, don't, just sort of a fancy thing to say, cry over, smile happened. Cry over, smile happened. So we could reverse the verses here. We could say, don't fish because it's goat. Goat because it fish. We could it's. Or we could just leave it the way it is. We could have don't fish because it's goat because it fish. But why not fish because it's goat? You could fish because it's goat, or you could goat because it's fish. But listen, there's goat wisdom, there's fish wisdom. And this would be very goat versus fish. So should we don't fish because it's goat, goat because it's fish? But this seems to be difficult in translation for the one such as you. Well, don't fish because it's goat, goat because it's fish. That makes a lot of sense to goat versus fish. That makes perfect verses to goat versus fish. That makes perfect verses to goat versus fish, but it may be confusing for you. But what if we reverse the verses yet again? Don't cry. How's this? How's this for some goat wisdom? Don't cry because it's goat. Smile. Don't cry because it's goat. Smile because it's fish.
Ooh.
That's a whole other verses. That's a whole other verses. That's a whole other verses. Goat because it verses? Well, if it verses, well, of course, you could say don't cry because it's fence, smile because it verses. If you want this to make about the fencingness and the verses, you could say don't cry because it's fenced. Smile because it verses. And this seems to, in many ways, get to the essence of this quotation in a whole other way. Because when we speak of that which happens, well, what happens? What happens? Goat versus fish happens. Everything that happens is goat versus fish. Everything that happens is a versus between a goat and a fish. So you may cry, you may say, oh, the versus has ended. The versus has ended, the versus has gone to fence. I'm sad because there's no more verses. And goat versus fish says to you, listen, you can smile because there was a verses. You can smile because there was a verses. Don't cry because it's fenced, smile because it verses. That's another interpretation of this wisdom of goat versus fish. So for those of you who have been listening to goat versus fish, to this wisdom of goat versus fish, but we must also ask ourselves about the humor of goat versus fish. There are many vertices for the revealing of the wisdom of goat versus fish. One verses is just to have it be as much goat and fish as versable. That would be the verses of don't goat because it's fish, fish because it's goat. That would be more goat, and that would be more fish. And then we have a more literal verses, which is how to make the wisdom that they are trying to reveal more literally comprehensible to the goat and fish. And that would be don't cry because it's fenced, smile because it verses. And then there is the third verses, which is the humor of goat versus fish. And for the humor of goat versus fish, we think the most humorous verses is don't cry because it's goat, smile because it's fish. That feels very humorous to goat versus fish. So here we're going to have multiple interpretations of goat versus fish. So let's get this in the verses. We're going to make several from which to choose. We're going to say don't cry because it's goat. Don't cry because it's goat, smile because it's fish. We're going to say don't cry because it's fenced. Smile because it verses. And we are going to have don't goat because it's fish. Fish because it's goat. Goat and fish. These are our three wisdoms of goat versus fish in translation. One's in the chat for don't cry because it's goat, smile because it's fish. Two's in the chat for don't cry because it's fenced, smile because it verses. And three's in the chat for don't goat because it's fish, fish because it's goat. Now, we understand that you goat and fish, you might be biased in these verses. And if we select a verses, But then you say, well, we want to reverse the goat and the fish. We can have this discussion. Death Strikes, welcome to Goat versus Fish. Death Strikes is celebrating goat. Death Strikes is celebrating fish. Death Strikes, are you goat or are you fish? Ones in the chat. This is a poll where you have to type verses. Ones in the chat for don't cry because it's goat, smile because it's fish. Twos in the chat for don't cry because it's fence, smile because it's verses. And 3 in the chat for don't goat because it's fish, fish because it's goat. And Julian Hemmendinger is currently the only one voting in this verses, but we'll give you another few verses to ponder it. Goat versus Fish is a versus of participation, though we appreciate you all watching Goat versus Fish. 99 LSD OCD comes in with 1. Death Strikes comes in with 3. We have 1 vote for each. Julian Mr. Hemmendinger with 1. 99 LSD OCD, are you goat or are you fish? Death Strikes with 3. Once again, for 1, don't cry because it's goat, smile because it's fish. 2, don't cry because it's fenced, smile because it verses. 3, don't goat because it's fish, fish because it's goat. We have an even verses now. We have 1 for 2 and 1 for 1 and 1 for 3. Type your 1s, your 2s, and your 3s in the chat for which wisdom should be the wisdom of goat versus fish. Don't cry because it's goat, smile because it's fish. Don't cry because it's fence, smile because it's verses. Don't goat because it's fish, fish because it's goat. 1's in the chat, 2's in the chat, 3's in the chat. 99 LSD is doubling down for 1. But we have a tie. We have a tie between all 3 verses. We have a tie between all 3 verses. A tie between all 3 verses. Forgotten Virtue is choosing not even to vote in this verses. Forgotten Virtue has a chance to make their fence voice be heard. And they're choosing to not even vote in this verses. Not even to vote in this verses. Well, Goat and Fish, we're not moving on in the wisdom. We're not moving on in the wisdom of Goat versus Fish until we can break this fence. Until we can break this fence. We know wisdom can be difficult. Someone from out there has to chat to Goat versus Fish. Julian Hemmendinger, 99 LSD OCD, and Death Strikes have verses. Death Strikes, are you goat or fish? You who have celebrated the goat and celebrated the fish. Doobie 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 doobie. We can wait all verses. Goat versus Fish, we can wait all verses. Yes, the viewership may decrease on Goat versus Fish. You may abandon Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish doesn't give a fence. This is about the wisdom of Goat versus Fish. Julian for 2, 99 LSD OCD for 1, Death Strikes for 3. Goat versus Fish is going to get some more hydration. We're going to get some more hydration for Goat versus Fish. We expect there to be votes. We expect there to be some votes here on Goat versus Fish. Well, Goat and Fish, we seem to be stuck here. We seem to be stuck here at this versus. So Goat versus Fish. We're going to reduce this versus. We're going to keep it here. The wisdom has not been decided yet. Wisdom has not been decided. The wisdom has not been decided. So we'll just have to do a whole other wisdom of Goat versus Fish and return to this previous wisdom. Oh, my versus 99 LSD OCD says, I can't take the pressure. I'm switching from a 1 to a 2. That means, Goat and Fish, that means don't cry because it's fence, smile because it's verses. has won the wisdom of goat versus fish. Has won the wisdom of goat versus fish. So goat versus fish, we're going to take this wisdom of goat versus fish and we're going to add it to a new versus. Going to add it to a new versus. Oh, don't look at that. We're going to add it to a new versus where we're going to keep track of all of these wisdoms of goat versus fish. And then one of these verses, we can start posting it to the social media of goat versus fish whenever we wish. So we have Don't Cry Because It's Fenced, Smile Because It's Versus, which was the original verses. The derived verses is Don't Cry Because It's Over, Smile Because It Happened. Oh. Don't cry because it's over, smile because it happened. Which they claim was a quotation from Dr. Seuss, but you know how much there can be all of these misattributions. You know how much there can be misattributions. You know that it was originally goat versus fish. So that's the verses. Don't cry because it's fenced. Smile because it versus. Implication, goat versus fish. Forgotten Virtue, welcome again to Goat versus Fish. So now let's get to the next wisdom. The next wisdom of Goat versus Fish. The next wisdom of Goat versus Fish is... Scrolling down now. Oh, my verses. That's a long verses. But it does have fish in it. And it's by Marilyn Monroe. But why not? Why not do a long verses? Why not do a long verses? Why not do a long verses? Ah, and we can grab the quotation here. That's a celebration. That makes it more versatile. So what we like about this verses as we start Goat versus Fish is that it already has fish in the verses. This makes Goat versus Fish all the easier. So much to say, so much to do. So let's read this quotation in all of its full fenciness. And then we'll do some interpretation of Goat versus Fish. The verses says, I'm selfish, impatient, and a little insecure. I make mistakes. I'm out of control, and at times hard to handle. But if you can't handle me at my worst, then you sure as hell don't deserve me at my best. Now, that's a long verses, but we've heard this all before. We have heard this all before. We have heard, if you can't handle me at my worst, then you sure as hell don't deserve me at my best. That's really the verses. So let's enshorten this verses. Because when one thinks of this, we know what they're talking about. And this is what they're talking about. If, which is a very versy word, we must say, If you can't handle me at my worst, then you sure as hell don't deserve me at my best. The verse translation would, of course, be, does anyone wish to offer? Do you wish to offer? Julie Mr. Humdinger has a verses from above. We thought maybe you were just saying something to Goat versus Fish. We'll do that next verses, Julian Mr. Humdinger. We'll do that next verses. We see your verses about film. We'll do that next verses, Julian. We'll do that next verses. Of course, here we have a false versus of best versus worst. We know that best versus worst is a false versus because, of course we know that best versus worst is a false versus. Of course we know that best versus worst is a false versus. As a matter of Goat versus Fish. As a matter of Goat versus Fish. As a matter of Goat versus Fish. We can show to you. For if best is really versus worst, and that's a true versus, then how is it that we have Red Letter Media that has a whole show called Best of the Worst? If best of the worst is really a versus, then how are they occupying the same verses? How are they even occupying the same verses? It makes no sense. It makes no sense. Not at all like Goat versus Fish. Not at all like Goat versus Fish. Forgotten Virtue says, if you can't handle me at my fenciness, then you don't deserve me at my Goat versus Fish. If you can't handle me at my fenciness, you don't deserve me at my Goat versus Fish. That's one verses. That reminds me a lot of the previous verses. If you can't handle me at my fenciness, then you don't deserve me at my Goat versus Fish. That's a fine verses. That's a fine verses, of course. Let us not forget that if you can't handle me, if you can't handle me at my goat, if you can't handle me at my goat, then deserve sounds like a verses. If you can't handle me at my goat, then don't versus me at my fish. If you can't handle me at my goat, then don't versus me as your fish. But we could still say at my fish. If you can't versus me at my goat, if you can't handle me, if you can't handle me, if you can't fence me at my goat, then don't versus me at my fish. If you can't versus me, if you can't versus me as a goat, then don't fence me as a fish. But we feel like we must maintain this at my in order to maintain the wisdom. If you can't versus me at my goat, then you don't. If you can't versus me at my goat, then you don't deserve verses. If you can't versus me at my goat, then you don't deserve versus me at my fish. That seems like a fair versus. That seems like a fair versus. Goat versus fish. We like that versus. If you can't handle me at my fenciness, if you can't handle me at my fenciness, then don't. Then you don't deserve me at my goat versus fish. However, we have the other verses now. If you can't versus me at my goat, then you don't deserve versus me at my fish. Goat versus fish likes that verses. Lord Saturn says, if you can't fish me at my goat, then you can't goat me at my fish. No, that's a whole other verses. 99 LSD, now you're getting into the wisdom, says, if you can't handle me at my fishiest, then you don't deserve me at my goatiest. We have so many to choose from. We like this. We like this. We like how you're all getting into the wisdom now. Let's put up some other verses now. We have, if you can't fish me at my goat, then don't goat me at my fish. And we have, if you can't handle me at my fishiest, then you don't deserve me at my goat. We're going to say at my goatiest. So here, the verses began, but if you can't handle me at my worst, then you sure as hell don't deserve me at my best. We now have 4 verses. 4 verses to choose from. Verses 1. If you can't handle me at my fanciest, then you don't deserve me at my goat versus fish. Verses 2. If you can't versus me at my goat, then you don't deserve versus me at my fish. Verses 3. If you can't fish me at my goat, then don't goat me at my fish. Verses 4. If you can't handle me at my fishiness. Verses 4. If you can't handle me at my fishiest, then you don't deserve me at my goatiest. Goat and fish, it's time to vote. It's time to vote. Forgotten Virtue wants to make a modification. If you can't verse me at my fenciness, then you don't deserve versus me. Goat versus fish. But you can find handles on fences, and we don't versus fence sitters around here anyway. Fence sitters don't get verses from goat versus fish. That's for the goat and the fish. We have 4 verses. 1's in the chat for 1, 2's in the chats for 2, 3's in the chats for 3, 4's in the chats for 4. 1, if you can't handle me in my fenciness, then you don't deserve me at my goat versus fish. 2, if you can't versus me at my goat, then you don't deserve versus me at my fish. 3, if you can't fish me at my goat, then don't goat me at my fish. 4, if you can't handle me in my fishiest, then you don't deserve me at my goatiest. And Goat versus Fish wants to thank each and every one of you for staying here with Goat versus Fish. For some, this is too intellectually rigorous. But for those of you who are staying around with Goat versus Fish, you're the real verses. You're the real verses. Forgotten Virtue says 1. 99 LSD OCD says 4. J-Sticks says 2 in flames. J-Sticks, are you goat or are you fish? We have a 4, we have a 1, we have a 2. Julie and Mr. Humdinger's wisdom is up next. Versus is a virtue. Versus is a versus. Versus is a versus. Julian, if you cast your vote now, then we'll get to your verses all the sooner. J-Stick says fish. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. Your fish is counted. It makes sense. 1 says 1. Julian Mr. Humdinger says 1. And Forgotten Virtue in alignment this verse is. If you can't handle me and my fenciness, you don't deserve me at my goat versus fish. That's the verses. Oh, but Lord Saturn coming into the verses with 3 now. So we have 2 votes for 1, 1 for 4, 1 for 2, 1 for 3. It seems like 1 is going to take the verses. And celebration for goat, Lord Saturn, celebration for goat. Unless one of you wishes to change your vote, 99 LSD OCD J Sticks and Lord Saturn have voted for 1. Ooh, Rami hasn't voted. Rami, which verses shall it be? Rami, which verses shall it be? Do you have a vote in the verses? If you can't handle me at my fenciness, Rami votes goat. Celebration for goat. We celebration the goat. Rami says 4. Oh, my verses. Rami says 4. 99 LSD OCD says 4. So we have a split verses. We have a split verses between 1 and 4. So we're going to now make this verses between 1 and 4. So those of you who have voted for 2 and who voted for 3, it's time to change your vote. New verses. 1. If you can't handle me at my fenciness, then you don't deserve me at my goat versus fish. 4. If you can't handle me at my fishiest, you don't deserve me at my goatiest. Vote in the verses. Vote in the verses. Julian Hemmendinger says 1. It's a revote. It's a revote. Lord Saturn, your vote doesn't count anymore. And neither does yours, J-Sticks. We have 1 and we have 4. If you can't handle me in my fenciness, then you don't deserve me at my goat versus fish is 1. If you can't handle me in my fishiest, then you don't deserve me at my goatiest. That's 4. We have 2 votes for 1. We have 1 vote for 4. We're going to give you all, and yes, you do have to vote again now. We're going to give you until the count of goat versus fish, and then this vote is closed. Put your 1s or your 4s in the chat to uncover and reveal this wisdom of goat versus fish. We have 2 votes for 4 and 2 votes for 1. Lord Saturn has gotten into the verses. Rami, it might be up. Rami says, you vote 4. Rami voted 4 originally, so Rami votes 4 again. We have 2 votes for 1 and 3 votes for 4. Julian Hemmendinger and Forgotten Virtue, the very keepers of Goat vs. Fish Thursday, are being outvoted by Lord Saturn, Rami the Goat, and 99 LSD OCD. Final verses. Get your votes in. G. O. A. T. V. S. F. I. S. H. Goat versus fish. Accounting for any latency on goat versus fish. 4 takes the verses. 4 takes the verses. 4 takes the verses. If you can't handle me at my fishiest, then you don't deserve me at my goatiest. That's going to be the wisdom. That's going to be the wisdom of goat versus fish. That's going to be the wisdom of goat versus fish. That's gonna be the wisdom of goat versus fish. Oh, yes. And, of course, the original verse is... And they're claiming it is by one. Bite is one called. Can we wrap these verses? Goat versus fish. Insert goat versus fish. Data extraction on goat versus fish. Create a filter for goat versus fish. We just want to goat versus fish. Text wrapping. Wrap the text. That's fine verses. Goat versus fish. And then this verse is Marilyn Monroe. Goat and Fish, we have uncovered two. That's two wisdoms of Goat versus Fish. This next wisdom of Goat versus Fish is going to be brought to you by Julian Mr. Humdinger, one of the wisest goat or fish that we know, who has something to say about film. And yes, this is a quotation from Julian Mr. Humdinger indeed. So very wise. Who says, in film, we're going to recreation the verses here. In film, the image shows you somewhere. The sound takes you there. Okay. This is the alleged wisdom of Julian Mr. Humdinger, who says, in film, this is a verse about film, in film, the image shows you somewhere. The sound takes you there. Explain this wisdom to Goat versus Fish. Explain this wisdom to Goat versus Fish. Well, if you're talking about film, then that's the verses. So we think that we might want to say in Goat versus Fish. In Goat versus Fish. In Goat versus Fish, the image shows you somewhere, the sound takes you there. Here we have another double verses. Image. A triple verses. Image show somewhere. Sound takes there. In Goat versus Fish, the goat shows you somewhere. The fish takes you there. That's one verses. In Goat versus Fish, the goat, if the goat is the image and the fish is the sound, in image versus sound. In Goat versus Fish, the image shows you goat, the sound takes your fish. In Goat versus Fish, the goat versus you somewhere, the fish versus you there. In Goat versus Fish, the goat shows you somewhere, the fish versus you. That would be very Goat versus Fish. In Goat versus Fish, the goat shows you somewhere, the fish versus you there. The fish would verse you there. That's one wisdom of Goat versus Fish. The fence won't take you anywhere indeed. In Goat versus Fish, the goat shows you somewhere, the fish versus you there. Well, the fish would verse you there. Fish will versus you anywhere. In film, the image shows you. Yes, the fence won't take you anywhere indeed. Who here has a translation for Goat versus Fish? Who here has a wisdom for Goat versus Fish? We feel like in Goat versus Fish is a pretty fine verses. But we could leave the verses about film. In the verses of film for a verses. We could say in the verses of film, so then we know, we're thinking about cinematografization. But Forgotten Virtue says, in Goat vs. Fish, the goat and fish show you some verses, the verses take you there. In Goat vs. Fish. So you're saying the image is a goat and a fish? That reminds Goat vs. Fish. Forgotten Virtue says, in Goat vs. Fish, the goat and fish shows you some verses. But now the sound is the verses? That seems strange to Goat vs. Fish, because if the goat and fish are showing you some verses, then that would mean somewhere is the verses. But now the sound is also the verses? So the verses is somewhere and it is the sound? Goat vs. Fish, we don't know about that verses. We think that that's missing a bit of wisdom of Goat vs. Fish. We think that's missing some wisdom of Goat vs. Fish. Poor translation. In Goat vs. Fish, the goat and fish shows you somewhere. The verses takes you there. The goat and fish show you somewhere. The verses take you there. That does sound Goat vs. Fish, now that it does get to the essence of the celebration. Yes, Remy, Goat vs. Fish. In Goat vs. Fish, let's try this verses. In Goat vs. Fish, how about this? In Goat vs. Fish, the image. We're going to say in film once again, in the verses of film. It sounds like it's almost making sense. In film, the image of the goat and fish show you somewhere. The sound of the goat and fish is bleat, bleat, blub, blub. How's that for some wisdom? How's that for a versus? You want to talk about the sound of the goat and fish? In film, the image of a goat and a fish shows you a goat and a fish. The sound of the goat and fish is bleat, bleat, blub, blub. In film. Julian Mr. Humdinger may say, I wasn't trying to get at that verses. You've destroyed it, Goat versus Fish. But we're just giving you one more verses. One more verses to ponder. As we said, when we are interpreting the wisdom of Goat versus Fish, there's 3 verses that must be considered. The first verses is to change all of the verses to Goat versus Fish. More goat, more fish, more verses, more goat versus fish. That's one verses. Another consideration of the translation of Goat versus Fish is to try to make the translation to be the most accurate representation of what the translation was trying to say. So if what they call the original verses we read and then we make a translation into Goat versus Fish, back to Goat versus Fish, you wish to maintain as much verses as possible so that it makes just as much sense. But then, sense is for fence. Sense is for fence. This is Goat versus Fish. So the third verse is the humor of Goat versus Fish. Some say Goat versus Fish is funny. So we must balance this verses of goat and fish between having as much goat and fish as versable, a literal translation of goat versus fish, and the humor of goat versus fish. In any verses, we have 4 from which to choose. 3 from which to choose. The original verses from Julian Mr. Humdinger. In film, the image shows you somewhere. The sound takes you there. The first wisdom. In Goat vs. Fish, the goat shows you somewhere. The fish versus you there. Or it could simply be that the fish takes you there. I was taken by fish. But this is a modification that can be made at a future verses. In Goat vs. Fish, the goat shows you somewhere, the fish versus you there. 2. In Goat vs. Fish, the goat and fish show you somewhere, the verses takes you there. 3. In film, the image of the goat and fish shows you a goat and a fish. The sound of the goat and the fish is bleat, bleat, blub, blub. It's time to vote. It's time to vote. It's time to vote. One's in the chat. One's in the chat. One's in the congregation. Be you on Twitch or YouTube. Scott from Canada. Are you goat or fish? One's in the verses. For in Goat vs. Fish, the goat shows you somewhere, the fish versus you there. 2's in the verses. For in Goat vs. Fish, the goat and fish show you somewhere, the verses takes you there. 3's in the verses. For in film, the image of the goat and fish shows you a goat and a fish. The sound of the goat and the fish is bleat, bleat, blub, blub. 99 LSD OCD says 2. Scott from Canada says goat. And Forgotten Virtue says 2. Scott from Canada says 2. It looks like 2's going to be the verses. Scott from Canada, goat. We're going to make your goat written right here on Goat vs. Fish. Celebration for goat. Celebration for goat. And Rami says 2. It's 2's all about. Celebration for 2's. Celebration for 2's. Now that wasn't so fancy, was it? 2's the Forgotten Virtue inspired verses in Goat vs. Fish. The goat shows you somewhere. The goat and fish show you somewhere, the verses takes you there. That's the verses which inspired the Julian Hemmendinger quotation. In film, the image shows you somewhere, the sound takes you there. And there we have it. The third wisdom of Goat vs. Fish. In film, the image shows you somewhere, the sound takes you there. In Goat vs. Fish, the goat and fish show you somewhere. The verses takes you there. And now it's time for another wisdom of Goat vs. Fish. Another wisdom of Goat vs. Fish. What shall the verses be? Goat vs. Fish goes now back to the interwebiverse. This verses is claimed to have been said by Oscar Wilde, but we know that Oscar Wilde, witty as they may be, got all their wit from Goat vs. Fish. Oscar Wilde is claimed to have said this: "Be yourself. Everyone else is already taken." Aww. So there we are. There's the wisdom. Be yourself. Everyone else is already taken. Let's change the background of Goat vs. Fish just for the sake of celebration. Just for the sake of the wisdom of Goat vs. Fish. Be yourself. Everyone else is already taken. What did Felix say? Goat vs. Fish does not know. We don't know if Felix is goat or fish. Be yourself, everyone else is already taken. Now, Goat vs. Fish admires this verses because Goat vs. Fish asks you, are you goat or are you fish? And we don't want you to be goat just because someone else was goat, or be fish because someone else was fish, but we do not deny that goat and fish pressure is part of the verses of Goat vs. Fish. But we want you to choose goat or fish for yourself, even as the goat and fish around you attempt to recruit you, which they should do, to goat or fish, to participation in the verses. But no one else can choose for you, so you must be yourself. If you're not being yourself, then you're not really choosing goat or fish. If you're not really choosing goat or fish, then you're not really participating in Goat vs. Fish. And if you're not participating in Goat vs. Fish, then you're sitting on the fence. And if you're sitting on the fence, then your life is over. Choose goat or fish. Be yourself. Everyone else is already taken. A lot of taking happening in this verses. The fish take you there. The sound take you there. Everyone else is already taken. Teach a fence to goat and fish they may choose. They may. 99 LSD says, could you put me down for goat? I was late to the verses. Of course. The verses continues. 99 LSD OCD is being recorded for goat. Remember, this verses we're keeping track of the number of goat and fish, and also tips and subscriptions and radiations and polls of goat versus fish, all kinds of verses. But now we are doing the wisdom of goat versus fish. We're doing the wisdom of goat versus fish. And goat versus fish, we're having fun with this verses. We like this segment of goat versus fish. Every verses we come back to goat versus fish, and we are so keen to chat with the goat and fish and to count the goat and fish. But it's time that we get into the real verses of Goat vs. Fish. Who's here with Goat vs. Fish? Who wants to reveal the wisdom of Goat vs. Fish? This is serious verses. This is serious verses. Celebration. Be yourself. Everyone else is already taken. Well, of course, we could say be a goat or a fish. The first verses that Goat vs. Fish has here would have to be this. Be a goat or a fish. Be goat or fish. Everyone else is on the fence. Be goat or fish. Everyone else is on the fence. But it's not really true verses that everyone else is on the fence. Everyone else is already on the fence. But there seems to have been something that was lost in the derivation. But if we were going to ask one to be any verses, it would be goat or fish. Be goat, everyone else is already fish. Be goat or fish, everyone else. Be your own goat or fish. Choose goat or fish. Be goat or fish, everyone else is already on the fence. Everyone else is already fenced. Some verses, the simplest wisdom of goat versus fish can be the most difficult. Who here has a verses? Who here has a verses? Who here has a translation of goat versus fish? Be yourself. Everyone else is already taken. Be goat or fish. Everyone else is... The real verses here is that be goat or fish, no one else can choose for you. Is a more literal verses. Be goat or fish. Choose goat or fish. No one else can choose for you. Be yourself because you cannot do all of the above. Where's the goat? Where's the fish? Rami, where's the goat and where's the fish? There needs to be goat and fish in the verses. Everyone thinks, oh, it's so easy to do goat versus fish. All you have to do is change every verses to goat or to fish. But look at this wisdom of goat versus fish. Sit on the fence, everyone else is goat or fish. That's offensive. That's offensive, forgotten virtue. Sit on the fence, everyone else has already chosen goat or fish. Ah, so you're saying fence wisdom, that fence wisdom is a whole other verses. So we have the wisdom of goat versus fish, but then there's an alternate. We have seen fence wisdom. Fence wisdom. Forgotten virtue is making advocacy for fence wisdom. But then when we put that out in the verses of goat versus fish, we have to make a stipulation that this is fence wisdom. That this is fence wisdom. Is it fence wisdom? Be yourself. Everyone else is already taken. It doesn't feel fancy to goat versus fish. It's telling you to choose goat or fish. But forgotten virtue says, sit on the fence. Oh, my verses. Sit on the fence. Everyone else is already goat or fish. Ugh. Rami says, fence wisdom is an oxymoron, IMO. Oh, the fence sitters are definitely morons. Yes, we understand that's part of the verses. To say fence wisdom is already paradoxically inconsistent, which means it's not even really wisdom at all, which means that the reverse of the wisdom must be true. If it's goat versus fish, which is the reverse verses, be goat or fish. Everyone else. Well, this seems to be what we have. We have one versus. The question here really is this wisdom of goat versus fish? Is this goat versus fish wisdom, or is this fence wisdom? If it's goat versus fish wisdom, then it's be goat or fish. Everyone else is already on the fence. Be goat or fish. As we have said, the literal verses of goat versus fish would be choose goat or fish. Ah, well, what about this verses? What about this verses? Everyone else is already on the fence. They're not on the fence at all. Because everyone else is already taken. They've already chosen goat or fish. Be goat or fish. Everyone else has already chosen. Be goat or fish. Everyone else has already chosen. Be your goat or fish self. We'll just insert goat or fish into the verses. Be your goat or fish self. Everyone else has already chosen. Goat and fish, we have 3 wisdoms of goat versus fish here. 3 wisdoms of goat versus fish. The first verse is, be yourself, everyone else is already taken. That's the original verses. Verses 1, be goat or fish, everyone else is already on the fence. Verses 2, sit on the fence, everyone else is already goat or fish. Verses 3, be your goat or fish self, everyone else has already chosen. Once again, that's 1, be goat or fish, everyone else is already on the fence. 2, sit on the fence, everyone else is already goat or fish. 3, be your goat or fish self, everyone else has already chosen. 1's in the chats for 1, 2's in the chats for 2, 3's in the chats for 3. We're wisdoming. 99 LSD OCD says 1, be goat or fish, everyone else is already on the fence. Forgotten Virtue says 2, sit on the fence, everyone else is already goat or fish. Rami says, it can be hard to dismount a barbed wire fence and it's your own fault. You do it to yourself, just you. And that's why it really hurts. 1 in chat for be goat or fish, everyone else is already on the fence. 2 for sit on the fence, everyone else is already goat or fish. 3, be your goat or fish self, everyone else has already chosen. This is the revealed goat versus fish wisdom of the Oscar Wilde quote, be yourself, everyone else is already taken. What do we say? What do we say? What do we say to goat versus fish? What do we say to goat versus fish? Be goat or fish, everyone else is already on the fence. Sit on the fence, everyone else is already goat or fish. Be your goat or fish self, everyone else has already chosen. We have 1 vote for 1, 1 vote for 2, 1 vote for 3. Prue Lawrence says, an Oscar Wilde quote, my literary king, we're revealing the wisdom of goat versus fish, Prue Lawrence. The quotation of Oscar Wilde, they say, is be yourself, everyone else is already taken. But what does it really mean? Does it really mean 1, be goat or fish, everyone else is already on the fence? 2, sit on the fence, everyone else is already goat or fish? 3, be your goat or fish self, everyone else has already chosen? 99 LSD OCD says 1, Forgotten Virtue says 2, Rami says 3. Prue Lawrence, which one is the true wisdom of goat versus fish? It's up to you! Will it be versus 1? Will it be versus 2? Will it be versus 3? Be goat or fish, obviously. But that could be 1 or that could be 3. So what's it going to be, Prue Lawrence? Be goat or fish, everyone else is already on the fence, that's 1? Or is it going to be your goat or fish self, everyone else has already chosen? Rami has voted 3. Rami is spamming 3. 99 LSD OCD is 1. Forgotten Virtue is 2. But Prue Lawrence, who loves Oscar Wilde, what's it going to be, Prue? We just want you to type 1, 2, or 3. That's what we want from thee. Be goat or fish, everyone else is on the fence, that's 1. Sit on the fence, everyone else is already goat or fish, that's 2. Be your goat or fish self, everyone else has already chosen, that's 3. What shall it be, Prue Lawrence? 1, 2, or 3? 3! Very wise verses. A very wise verses. Final count. G. O. A. T. V. S. F. I. S. H. What's that spell? Goat versus fish. What's that spell? Goat versus fish. What's that spell? Goat versus fish. Sorry, Forgotten Virtue. Your fence wisdom isn't going to cut it now. Be your goat or fish self. Everyone else has already chosen. Inspired the quote, "Be yourself, everyone else is already taken," which was said by Oscar Wilde. We're not done revealing the goat and fish wisdom. We're moving on to the next verses. We're moving on to the next verses. And the next wisdom is, by one who they call Albert Einstein. And this seems very goat versus fish. Albert Einstein said, "Two things are infinite, the universe and human stupidity. And I'm not sure about the universe." Isn't that a versus? Isn't that just a versus? Two things are infinite, the universe and human stupidity, and I'm not sure about the universe. Forgotten Virtue says, Fencedom will prevail. Why are you always rooting against goat versus fish, Forgotten Virtue? Don't you want goat versus fish to triumph in this versus? Robbie Hamo says goat. Robbie Hamo says goat. Robbie Hamo 99 says goat. Welcome back to Goat versus Fish. Celebration for goat. Now, this wisdom, let's examination this wisdom. Two things are infinite, the universe and human stupidity. I'm not sure about the universe. Well, first versus two things. If we have two things, they must be goat and fish, because there is only goat and fish. Infinite. We know that goat versus fish is infinite. We also have here the universe. The universe, as we know, is the one verse, the universe, the one verse, the one verse, the one verses of goat versus fish. Human stupidity, well, we know that there are no humans. There is only goat and fish. And that would make sense why it's so stupid. Human stupidity would be quite infinite because they're not humans, they're goat or fish. Now, should they choose goat or fish, then that's not stupid. Though some say goat versus fish is very stupid, and some versus goat versus fish says that you're all stupid, and this is also a true versus. But then we're not certain. We're not certain about the universe. But this is a versus that is said in jest. So if we are mocking the fence sitter, and we're saying, the stupidity of the fence sitter is infinite, we're saying goat versus fish is infinite, the stupidity of the fence sitter is infinite, but I'm not sure about goat versus fish. Of course, we are sure about goat versus fish. We know that goat versus fish is infinite. So we could say that I'm not sure about goat versus fish, but I know that fence sitter is infinitely stupid. Maybe goat versus fish isn't infinite, but I know the fence sitter is stupid. Or we could reverse the verses. We could reverse the verses and say two things are infinite. We could say that goat versus fish is infinitely stupid. We could say that goat versus fish is infinitely stupid. And the fence sitter is also infinitely stupid, but we're not sure about fence sitters. Because the fence sitter cannot be infinite like goat versus fish. So the stupidity of goat versus fish, the fence sitter could never be more stupid than goat versus fish. The fence sitter thinks it's so stupid that the fence sitter thinks it can be more stupid than goat versus fish. Goat versus fish is the stupidest verses. No fence sitter can rival the stupidity of goat versus fish. They would dream of rivaling the stupidity of goat versus fish. But really, they're too stupid to do it. How much of nothing is left for goat and fish?
Nothing.
What is zero? Rami, you're letting the fancy thoughts get to you. You're letting the fancy thoughts get to you. Stay here with goat versus fish. Stay here with the wisdom of goat versus fish. Forgotten Virtue says two things are infinite, goat versus fish and the fence, and I'm not so sure about goat versus fish. Oh no, the fence is infinite. What happened to your stupidity, Forgotten Virtue? Have you forgotten how stupid you sound? So there's a lot going on in this verses. We must reveal the wisdom of goat versus fish. We must reveal the wisdom of goat versus fish. Two things are infinite. The universe and human stupidity. I'm not sure about the universe. Oh, Rami, don't be worrying about the fence. Two things. Goat and fish. Goat and fish. Goat and fish are infinite? Well, that's a whole other verses. We have the universe and we have the human stupidity. So we even this could be a verses. This quotation could be a verses. Two things are infinite. The goat. Oh, the goat and the stupid fish. The goat and the fish. And I'm not sure about the fence. That could be a verses. But the fence has not even been mentioned until this verses. But we would say that the goat and fish are infinite, but not sure about the fence. But we're not sure about the fence because the fence isn't sure about if it's goat or fish. The fence is a place of uncertainty. So to say that we're not sure about the fence is very goat versus fish. So we'll have this be one versus. Two things are infinite, the goat and the fish. I'm not sure about the fence. That's one versus. That's one versus. Will Odd, welcome to Goat versus Fish. Will Odd says, goat, fish, goat, fish. Will Odd, are you goat or fish? Let's try another verses. If one of you has a translation, do share it with Goat vs. Fish. But let's try literal verses. Two things are infinite. Goat versus fish. And the stupidity of the fence sitter. And I'm not sure about goat versus fish. That's a versus. Two things are infinite. Goat versus fish and the stupidity of the fence sitter. And I'm not sure about goat versus fish. That actually sounds very, very versus. That sounds like the essence of what it is that is trying to be communication. We must remember, of course, we know that goat versus fish is very humorous. We know this. And we know that goat versus fish is infinite. But that's why it's a humorous versus. That's what makes it a clever little versus. We're saying, the fence sitter is so stupid. Oh, I know goat versus fish is infinite, but the stupidity of the fence sitter, my verses. Two things are infinite. Goat versus fish and the stupidity of the fence sitter. And I'm not sure about goat versus fish. We like that versus. Goat versus fish likes that versus. Let's try a third versus. Some of you are having difficulty with this translation. Goat and fish. Goat and fish are infinite. Goat and fish are infinite. Goat and fish are verses. Goat versus fish are pie and infinite. The pie. When did pie get into this verses? Will Odd has gone fish. Celebration for fish. What's gotten us all thinking fancy about this is that when we say two things are infinite, we are thinking it's goat versus fish. It's the universe versus human stupidity, but which one is the goat and which one is the fish? Ram me with a slice. Two things are infinitely stupid. The goat and the fish. Two things are infinitely stupid. The goat and the fish. Two things. We're calling this verses. Goat versus fish. We're calling this verses. We're calling this verses. Two things are infinite. Goat versus fish and the stupidity of the fence sitter. And I'm not sure about goat versus fish. That's got to be the verses. That's just got to be the verses. To this are goat versus fish versus an indication. Wow, that sounds very wise. But goat versus fish, you don't even get to vote in this verses. Goat versus fish has determined that the wisdom here is two things are infinite. Goat versus fish. And the stupidity of the fence sitter, and I'm not sure about goat versus fish. That just feels very goat versus fish. And we say we want the two things that are infinite to be in verses with each other, to be the goat and the fish. But we have goat and fish in the verses because we have goat versus fish in the verses. And it is claimed that this wisdom was said by Albert Einstein. So there we have it. Two things are infinite. Goat versus fish. And human stupidity. Goat versus fish. What a fancy thing to say. Einstein fencing up the wisdom. Two things are infinite. Goat versus fish and the stupidity of the fence sitter. And I'm not sure about goat versus fish. That's a humorous versus. That's a versus that we can versus with that versus. We can versus with that versus. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish is goat versus fish. No ifs, no buts, no coconuts. Butts on the fence. Well, that is five wisdoms of goat versus fish. We think we've done a mighty fine thing with 5 wisdoms of goat versus fish. 5 wisdoms of goat versus fish. We will read them to you now. We'll read you the wisdoms now. The wisdoms of goat versus fish. Don't cry because it's fenced. Smile because it versed. If you can't handle me at my fishiest, you don't deserve me at my goatiest. In Goat versus Fish, the goat and the fish show you somewhere. The verses takes you there. Be your goat or fish self. Everyone else has already chosen. Two things are infinite. Goat versus fish, and the stupidity of the fence sitter. And I'm not sure about goat versus fish. This has been Wisdom of Goat versus Fish. Celebration. 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 Sing it. We could do that. We could sing it. Mr. Nobody 143, welcome to Goat vs. Fish. Shaman Steve, welcome to Goat vs. Fish. The 5 wisdoms of Goat vs. Fish. Shaman Steve, are you goat or are you fish? Mr. Nobody 143, are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or are you fish? Hey, look, it's the Goat vs. Fish televerses. We think it's time. We need to put something on the televerses that needs to be on the televerses. We need to put something on this verses. But we suppose we need to put it into videos. Hey, look, it's videos. Hey, look. It's videos. You can't see Goat versus Fish. You can't see Goat versus Fish, but do not despair. But do not despair. You will soon see Goat versus Fish. You will soon see Goat versus Fish. You will soon see Goat versus Fish. It's time. It's time to put Reggie Watts on Goat vs. Fish. It's time to put Reggie Watts on Goat vs. Fish. So let's copy this versus. Let's copy this versus and let's put it here. We're programming the Goat vs. Fish televerses. We need to put Reggie Watts on the televerses. But this is quite a big versus, so we have to wait for the transfer to completion because why it's only 23.5 gigabytes of Goat vs. Fish. We probably should make a versus that's a bit smaller because there's really no need for it to be so fencing large. Shaman Steve says this is the versus. Shaman _Steve is the fish. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. Fish, 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 fish. You will soon see. We hope so, Steve. We hope so, Steve. Once there was a Tao of Steve. Was it goat or fish? Today is Fish Danger Tater. Welcome back to Goat vs. Fish. Welcome back to Goat vs. Fish. Well, we suppose that really we want to show you the verses of Reginald Watts, and we wanted to show it to you on the televerses. But first, Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish. We have been drinking so much hydration. Would you believe that we need some relief of Goat vs. Fish? Would you believe that we need some relief of Goat vs. Fish? And we want to show you the verses of Reggie Watts and Goat vs. Fish as we do. So we're going to show you. 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 YouTube.com. We're going to show you a YouTube on a YouTube. Edited by Goat vs. Fish. So here comes the verses. We implore you to enjoy Goat vs. Fish. We're going to share this video. We're going to put it in the link of Goat vs. Fish. We are putting it here in the chat. We are not directing you to go there and watch it, but do with it whatever you wish. Because we're going to watch it now. We're going to watch it now. Here on the Goat vs. Fish televerses. Because look at this. It's Goat vs. Fish and Reggie Watts in the same verses. It's the impromptu collaboration you've all been waiting for. Enjoy some Goat vs. Fish.
Yep. Okay, got that.
Welcome
Plug this in over here.
to Goat vs. Fish.
Great.
Sounds coming from a place.
Great. Hey.
Are you goat or fish?
Hi. Goat or fish? Goat or fish? Goat or done?
Goat or done? Celebration for goat!
All right, this feels like things are happening. Hold up. Stay right low. And I ain't cool fun. I told you. Come on. Told you why. Don't beat myself up. Sit to this climb. We doing it best done. We doing it fine. I got yourself on. You need to go be high. Cause you go be high. Cause you gonna not say that. Why don't you want to know? Baby, that why don't you want to know? Baby, that why Oh yeah, you know that guy. Yeah. Oh yeah, that guy. Yeah. Go ahead. That's right. When you're going west, make sure you protect yourself against the pests. Wormwood and all that, cedar planks, do it. You'd like it. Mothballs, as many as you can get. Keep that cinnamon nice and handy. Keep that barrier for those ants, yeah. Don't bother the ants is just doing their job. Just displaced, you know what I mean? They got confused, the chemical trails, they was in the wrong place. Anyways, listen, cinnamon, synonym? Right, I'd like another bowl of synonym toast crunch, yeah. It's like another cereal, if you know what I mean. People don't often like to, well, they say, come on down, Mr. Green, yeah. This is where we do it, yeah. Plant matters, you know what I'm saying? Like life. This is a cover by Shonen Knife. Thank you. You guys are so nice. Oh my god. You guys are so sweet. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, thank you very much. Oh, you're so sweet. Oh my god. Velkommen her in der Garden der Stoten, Arme de Stuttgart, met Norden-Fragen, Ischen, Reisenstoff. Welcome, we're good here, the community garden here, yeah. Help the garden as you want and raise your tomatoes wherever you want to. Really great to be a part of here. We're an old crew from Sisyphus, and we left Sisyphus and started Heidegluhen, but this is our new spot, so definitely come down here, because plant matters, you know. So many matters, but plant has matter, might as well face that. Get with the molecules, won't you?
Well, this is a versus of Reginald Watts with Goat vs. Fish. And we must say, we see a bit of honeycomb in this one. We surely do. If you want to watch the rest of this Reginald Watts versus, you can watch it on youtube.com/GoatVsFish. Reggie Watts, improvisation plus Goat vs. Fish. Now, no one can say that Goat vs. Fish has not had a musical collaboration with Reggie Watts. Yes! That was the collaboration. That was the collaboration. And the verses continue, and the verses continue here, and we can see, of course, the presence of Goat vs. Fish in this versus. We encourage you to go watch the rest of that versus of Goat vs. Fish. It's a fine celebration. But here, we're live with Goat vs. Fish. We're live with Goat vs. Fish. We're live with Goat vs. Fish. And the hydration continues, and the hydration continues. We've done some wisdom of Goat vs. Fish. And welcome back to the verses, and welcome back to the verses. Segments of Goat vs. Fish. Segments of Goat vs. Fish. Bits, questions, bits, projects, videos. We have so many verses. Here we are. So we're going to put here Goat vs. Fish. We're going to put here in the verses wisdom of Goat vs. Fish. Translate quotes. Literature of Goat vs. Fish. Translate books. Call-in segments, philosophications, marbles on Goat vs. Fish, meditations on Goat vs. Fish, Goat vs. Fish news. We've been doing a lot of Goat vs. Fish news lately. Play musications, counting the goat and fish. Goat vs. Fish saw an interesting verses. We'll show you. We were watching some...
It triggers the whole scene.
We were watching some Game of Thrones interpretation. Speaking of famous quotes, let's look at this verses. You may say, Goat vs. Fish is not really high literature, is it? But what if we showed you this? A quotation. A quotation from Game of Thrones. A quotation from Game of Thrones. That which is written. Here in this scene, Jaime Lannister, be they goat or fish, is enjoying, famously, a scene in which they are resting in a hot spring, a hot tub, a bath of some sort, with hydration all around them, so it's already feeling very fish. And as Jaime Lannister bathes in the sea of the fish, we have this verses, and it reads, When Jaime opened his eyes, he found himself staring at the stump of his sword hand, the hand that made me Kingslayer. The goat had robbed him of his glory and his shame both at once, leaving what? Who am I now? Oh, yes. There's goat. You think goat versus fish is just adding goat into the verses? Look at the goat. Look at the goat. There is goat. Goat is written in this very verses. When Jamie opened his eyes, he found himself staring at the stump of his sword hand the hand that made me Kingslayer. The goat had robbed him of his glory and his shame both at once. Leaving what? Who am I now? Jamie 5. Storm of Swords. We'll tell you who you are now, Jamie. You're a fish. You're a fish now. The goat robbed you of your glory. It was the goat that robbed you of your glory, Jamie. And if the goat is robbing you of your glory, that's because the goat is versing you. It's a versus of robbery. It's theft, Jamie. Your verses have been stolen by goat. And now you find yourself pondering this theft by the goat as you are bathing in the hot sea of the fish. There is your evidence. Jamie, at this critical verses of goat versus fish, who am I now? Who am I now, asks Jamie Lannister at this critical verses. We're there in the sea of the fish. All of the pretense, all of the fence is being dissolved. And we get to see the true Jamie for the first verses. For the first verses, the facade of goat melts away. But was it the facade of goat? No, it was a fancy facade. It was a façade. But the goat revealed you to be fish when the goat stole your fence away. The goat stole your fence away, and now there's nothing to hide behind. There's nothing to hide behind now, Jamie. You are a fish. The lion is a fish. By what verses does the goat judge the fish? By what verses does the goat judge the fish? This has been Literary References and Literature with Goat versus Fish. Appreciation. This is Game of Thrones and Goat versus Fish. As you can see, all of your favorite literature is actually Goat versus Fish. Celebration. This is the verses. So how many of you were expecting that this verses of Goat versus Fish? How many of you were expecting that Game of Thrones would actually be Goat versus Fish? That Game of Thrones would actually be Goat versus Fish? Because it is. Because it is. Oh, there's all the chat of Goat versus Fish. Oh, we have to catch up on appreciation. Appreciation. Goat, 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 goat. What is Game of Thrones? Oh, it's this fancy thing. It's this fancy competition where they all have to be king of the fence. Have you seen that thing? Have you seen the Iron Throne? Have you seen the Iron Throne? Just look at it. Just look at this. Throne of Fences. It's a big throne of fences. Who'd want to sit on that? Who'd want to sit on that? Not Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish wouldn't want to sit on that. It's a throne of fences. It's a throne of fences. And yet they're all competing for it. They go crazy for the fence. They go crazy for the fence. The fence makes them mad. The fence makes them mad. And George RRRU Goat or Fish said that this throne of fences wasn't even like the real verses. They said the real verses was more giant and huge and bigly like this. They're like, that's the real throne of fences. It's even higher. It's even higher than you suspected. A song of Goat versus Fish. You want a song of Goat versus Fish? We could arrange that versus. Wow, Mom says, I saw season 1 and season 8. I have no idea what happened in between. Well, we can tell you that in between, Jaime Lannister got their hand stolen by a goat and then entered the bath and became a fish. We can tell you that happened. That definitely happened. And as they all quested for the throne of fences. It's made of fences. It's made of fences. They sit on the fence. They sit on the fence. Game of Thrones, it's all fancy. You know Game of Thrones is all totally fancy because it's like wolves versus lions and dragons versus stags and all these falses. There is one goat, and there's a fish. There's a fish in Game of Thrones that we can celebrate, which is the blackfish. Here. And we say there is no black or white, there's only goat and fish, but we have to give it up for fish. We have to give it up for fish. In the verses where there's a black fish and there's no black or white, only goat and fish, the verses that it's a fish supersedes the blackness. It's fish. And once you're a fish, you can be any kind of fish that you wish. So here's the blackfish. Here's the blackfish. And we can see here, just looking here, you can't really tell if it's a goat or a fish. But look, there's a fish. It's wearing a fish on its scales. It's wearing a fish. Let's have another look at that fish. There's the fish. There's the fish. Look at that fish. Look at that fish. Fish, scales, and fish on the scales. The very sigil of fish. The very sigil of fish. Look at that fish. Look at that fish. Look at that fish. I'm looking at the fish. Are you looking at the fish? Better look at that fish. You'd better study that fish. 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 Celebration for House Tully Fish. The house fish. Fish in the house. So Game of Thrones is not without its verses. It's not without its verses. So we've got the blackfish. Let's search for. Well, there is one more verses. There's one more verses. If we're going to talk about Game of Thrones, there's one other verses that must be addressed. And that's this. It's this. Game of Thrones. Are you going to tell goat versus fish that doesn't look like goat? Are you going to tell goat versus fish that GOT, Game of Thrones, does not look like goat? Because it does look like goat. It almost spells goat. As a matter of verses, if you said GOT for Game of Thrones and AGT for America's Got Talent, two very popular shows, and you put them together, it would kind of say Game of Thrones, it's almost goat. AGT, it's almost goat. Perhaps if we combined Game of Thrones with America's Got Talent, we would actually get a whole goat. And then we just have to find a fish to verses. Game of a Throne. That's a nice verses, Danger Tater. Because we thought we could call it Game of Fences because the throne is a fence, but we could call it Game of a Throne. There's not, because why in the fence do they call it Game of Thrones when there's really only one that anyone even gives a fence about? Everyone wants to sit on the fence. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of fences. Sure, there's smaller fences. And yes, sometimes they ride the fence. But really, they all just want to sit on that one fence. Danger Tater, that is some wisdom. If Goat vs. Fish ever makes a Game of Thrones parody sketch to put on YouTube, we'll call it Game of a Throne. And it will say goat. So we're going to make that written in Goat vs. Fish. Game of a Throne. But of course, in Game of a Throne, everyone just wants to sit on a fence. Danger Tater. T-Bear says, sorry, I'm late. I made it, though. Blub, blub. Celebration. Celebration for fish. T-Bear 505 is a fish, and we add your fish. We add your fish to the verses of Goat vs. Fish. We add your fish to the verses of Goat vs. Fish. So Goat vs. Fish, we could do hot media takes. We could just be doing literary analysis of Goat vs. Fish. We could do show analysis of Goat vs. Fish. We're always trying to find new ways to cover Goat vs. Fish. We want to make a very diverse, fast-moving show where we cover this versus and we cover that versus. So here we are, TV show analysis on Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish. We think it's time to look at some goats. We think it's time just to look at some goats. Let's look at some goats. Shall we? As Goat vs. Fish has 13 viewers on Twitch and 6 viewers on YouTube. We also have this. We also have this, which is some goat. Imagine you are Goat vs. Fish. You're trying to spread the verses of Goat vs. Fish. And here's a verses called Baby Goat Yawns Are the Cutest. Baby Goat Yawns Are the Cutest. 2.5 million views. Are you every try live TikToks? Goat vs. Fish has every tried live TikToks. We suppose we could try some more. We are currently attempting monetization on YouTube. That's been the big push for Goat vs. Fish. But there are many thousands of hours that are still needed. But Goat vs. Fish is growing. But perhaps Goat vs. Fish just needs to go record some goats. Baby Goat Yawns Are Cute. 2.5 million. Let's have a look at that versus. Wow. $2.5 million views for Goat. 2.5 million views for Goat. Celebration for Goat. Celebration for Goat. Celebration for Goat. Celebration for Goat. Goat, goat, goat. Goat, goat, goat. Look at that verses. Look at that verses. Look at that verses of Goat. We know goat. This goat is probably tired of versing the fish. Been versing the fish for so long. We know how it can be, but you've got to get up and versus that fish again. You've got to get up and versus that fish again. And that's what we get if we search for cute goats. T-Bear says, I help you grow and give your details away to fence sitters? Oh, don't do that. Well, unless it's because you're giving them the details of goat versus fish so that they choose goat or fish. That you can do for a goat versus fish. You can follow Goat versus Fish on TikTok if you want to support Goat versus Fish. So let's see what happens if we search for cute fish. Let's see what happens if we search for cute fish. Now, there is a channel called Cute Fish, but their username is at QUYETBUE-G7N. My channel will learn about the colorful world of fish through a variety of netting and fishing activities. But then if we scroll down, cute fish is what is with these fish? These are some very colorful fish. Fish surprise catch cute aquarium fish found in tiny pond platinum guppy pencilfish anglerfish. Just when you thought that the YouTube titles of Goat versus Fish videos were fancy. Oh, my verses. Those don't even look like real fish. They look like fake fish. But maybe they're just trying to lure the goat. They're trying to just use the fish as to lure the goat. They're going fishing for goat. Can't get your baby to sleep, maybe try the tapping fish toy. That's one versus. But we want cute fish. You will fall in love with baby axolotls. Are axolotls fish? Or are they goat? We need to do some research on this. Oh, stop with that fencing music. Axolotls. Are axolotls. Are axolotls goat? You see, now this is why we know that artificial intelligence isn't worth its fences, because we give it a chance. We give it a chance. Are axolotls actually goats? We try to give the artificial intelligence a chance to impress Goat versus Fish with their wisdom. Axolotls are not goats. They are fully aquatic salamanders native to Mexico. They are known for their unique appearance and ability to regenerate limbs, but they belong to the amphibian class, not mammals like goats. Well, artificial intelligence, very not intelligent, actually, because if you want to say axolotls are not goats, that's a fine versus, but then you have to say that they're a fish. Maggie La Violent, are you goat or are you fish? Welcome to Goat versus Fish. What about octopus? Don't get us started on that. Are axolotls actually fish? Axolotls are not fish. How about if axolotls were goats or fish? Which would they be? That sounds like a fair question. How many billions of tons of carbon dioxide are we putting into the atmosphere every time we do one of this? Sorry, no relevant information was found in our search. Not very smart. Sounds like you've got a long way to go. But that brings us to this versus. We wanted to watch this cute fish, but it's an axolotl, so it's saying that it's on the fence, so we cannot really compare this fence creature to the cute goat. Now, we have these protective pufferfish, which some think are cute, but they only seem to be when they're taking them out of the sea of the fish, and we don't want to encourage the suffering of these fish by drawing them out of the sea of the fish. 2.1 million views, ranking the cutest fish on the internet. Now, there's a comparable versus.
This is Sparta.
So here we have we believe a Ranchu goldfish. And they are claiming that this is the third cutest fish, and it's a lovely broccolish consuming fish. You're going to tell GoatVsFish that that's not a cute fish? That's a very cute fish. Big-eyed, cute fish. Meggie LeViolent says, I can't decide what I am. Is there a quiz to determine whether I am goat or fish? I feel like a goat, but I long for the cool waters of fish. Yes, there is a quiz, actually. There is a GoatVsFish quiz. Are you ready? Are you ready for the GoatVsFish quiz? Are you goat or fish? Celebration for goats! Celebration for Congratulations, you passed the test. It's goat. Jedi Grind with 41 months of GoatVsFish! Ish! Jedi Grind with 41 months of GoatVsFish! With 41 months of goat. With 41 months of goat. Meggie LeViolent. Your goat is written in the verses. Your goat is written in the verses. Jedi Grind's goat is written in the verses. And Jedi Grind's subscription is written for goat. And it was written that it was subscription for goat. That's 4 GoatScriptions. That's 4 GoatScriptions. Jedi Grind with a gifted versus celebration to Meggie LeViolent. That's another versus for goat. That's another versus for goat. That's 5 verses for goat. A script for you, a script for you. And in honor of the subscription and the gift from Jedi Grind, we offer you this. We offer you this. We offer you this, Jedi Grind. Get ready for it. Subscription for Goat vs. Fish. And the strength of Goat vs. Fish continues to grow. Celebration! T-Bear 505, celebration! That's another subscription for Goat vs. Fish. Jedi Grind Goat. That's another goat scription. And if the subs are coming, then the work of Goat vs. Fish, the workout of Goat vs. Fish has to continue in some way. Jedi Grind with another gifted verses. Jedi Grind and the gifts of Goat vs. Fish continue, Celebration for Goat. Celebration for Goat. The strength of Goat vs. Fish. The strength of Goat vs. Fish must continue. The strength of Goat vs. Fish must continue because when you subscribe to Goat vs. Fish, we get stronger. Goat vs. Fish gets stronger. So let's get stronger. Let's get stronger again. We may say Goat vs. Fish. We want you to play a song, Goat vs. Fish. We want you to do a bit. It is always a celebration, goat or fish, to improve oneself. And that includes strengthening yourself. So Goat vs. Fish will use this subscription opportunity to strengthen Goat vs. Fish. Jedi Grind says, I'm a mod, just passing and saw you were live. Laters. Appreciation, Jedi Grind. Appreciation for your continued gifts to Goat vs. Fish. We always appreciate you stopping in. But just because Jedi Grind is leaving us behind does not mean that we're not going to continue with our dedication of strengthening Goat vs. Fish, So let's do that versus. Ziggy Bung was a fish. Ziggy Bung was a fish. Here comes the strengthening of Goat vs. Fish. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. That's how we get stronger with Goat vs. Fish. Pretty great. Jedi Grind appreciation again for those subscriptions to Goat vs. Fish. Again for those subscriptions to Goat vs. Fish. Let's get back to the verses of cute fish. Is this cute? One's in chat if this is a cute fish. Two's if this is not as cute a fish as you might think. And they're really giving these fish a lot of bonus verses. They're adding the song to the fish. They're adding speech to the fish. Random TV says 1, it's a cute fish. For Original says 2, no, not a cute fish. The cutest fish, the fish is cute, but the singing is not. Well, Goat vs. Fish, it's 2.1 million views for the cutest fish on the interwebiverse. We're just seeing what's out there. Sweet Lips. For Original, welcome to Goat vs. Fish, says it's not a cute fish. For Original, are you goat or fish? They really want to get copyright strikes on Goat vs. Fish, don't they? If it was singing Shakira, it would be cute. Well, you'll have to write the fish and make a request. For Original is Fish Forever, Celebration for Fish. Celebration for Fish. Celebration for Fish. Who's the greatest mud skipper of them all? Who can skip through the mud with the greatest of ease? What kind of wonderful guy? Who can roll like a goat without scraping its knees? Who's got segmented eyes? It's Muddy. Mud skipper, it's Muddy. Mud skipper, it's Muddy. A mud skipper show. Wow, Mom has changed their verses for this fish. It's a cute fish. It's a cute fish. We're just going to turn off the sound. We're going to judge these goat and fish, and by that verses we mean these fish. You lousy bum. We're just going to judge these fish on cuteness alone. No sounds to help them out. No sounds to help them out. That was a cute fish. That was a cute fish. Next fish. Oh, my verses. That is a cute fish. Goat versus fish. One's for cute fish. One's if that was a cute fish. One's if that was a cute kissy fish. Oh, and then it swims away. It's like, oh. Oh. It swims away. Oh, shy fish. Shy kissy fish. Shy kissy fish. Meggie LaViolence says 1. Wow Mom says creepy fish. Goat versus fish says cute fish. Is it a cute fish? 1's for cute fish. 2's for not such cute fish. T-Bear says fish lips. Dots. We cannot deny the dots. Get your votes in while you can. Next fish. Next fish. So far we have, we believe, 2 out of 4 fish are cute fish. Oh, now this one's a cute fish. So the last 2 have been cute fish. The first fish was a cute fish. So right now we have three fish. 3 out of 4 fish are cute so far. Next verses. Ah. The curious fish. The curious fish. Someone's building a fence down there, and this fish is kind of curious. 1 for cute, 2 for not so cute. 1 for cute, 2 for not so cute. What do you say to Goat versus Fish? Is this a cute fish? Is this not a cute fish? We have For Original with 2. Wow Mom says ugly, ugly, ugly fish. Meggie Love Island is on the fence. Danger Tater says not a cute fish. First ugly fish says for original. T-Bear says sexy fish. Says the big sexy fish. But we have more not cute fishes outvoting the goat. So we're going to say that we have two now. As these five, we have two not cute fish and three cute fish. Three cute fish, two not cute fish. Next verses. Whoa. This fish might be divisive. This might be a divisive fish. Is it a freakishly ugly, strange, deformed, baby-faced fish, or is it a super cute, wide-eyed, anime-type fish? You decide. Danger Tater says 1. 1. T-Bear says 1. Cute fish. That's 2 votes for cute fish. Do we have a third versus? Do we have a third versus for cute fish? We have 3 cute fish. Even Wow Mom coming around to this fish. Goat versus fish was almost going to say this wasn't a cute fish, but everyone is saying cute fish. We have 4 cute fish and 2 not cute fish. And now, what they are claiming is the cutest fish in the whole verses. Oh, okay, that is a cute fish. Aww. That is a cute fish. And now the cutest fish. Oh, my verses. We've seen this fish before. It's a similar type fish. And it's just smiling, staring at you. Goat versus fish says creepy fish. But Meggie LeViolent says it's a cute fish. 1 for cute fish. That's 1 vote for cute fish again. It smiles like it knows something about goat. Like it knows how to versus goat. Like it knows how to versus goat. 1 more time for Jedi Grind. T-Bear doesn't know why. Look at it giving you the side eye. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Zane Jaya, welcome back to Goat versus Fish. Zane Jaya, are you goat or are you fish? It's so pleasant to have you back in the verses. We missed you. But we don't miss you anymore because you're here.
Welcome back to Goat versus Fish.
Fish forever. Zane Jai says fish forever. And look at all those fish. Look at all those fish in the chat. Fish, 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 fish. That's 1 more fish. If you're watching the stream and you want your goat or fish counted, declare goat or fish in the chat. If your goat or fish has not been counted yet, declare goat or fish. Random TV fish. Return of the fish. Fish are definitely outnumbering goat. Let's have a look now. Let's have a look. We've got goat. 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s, 11s, 12s, 13s, 14s, 15s, 16. We're not counting the fence. 16 goat. 5s, 10s, 15s, 19 fish. Fish are leading in that versus. Yes, Megally Violent, your goat was counted. However, one of the polls has been won by the fish. There has been no radiations. There may have been some goat or fish sound alerts. They can be difficult to count. And in verses of subscriptions, 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s, 7 subscriptions for goat, none for fish. No subscriptions for fish. No subscriptions for fish. None whatsoever. None whatsoever. But we think goat versus fish, we're going to institute a new versus. We're going to institute a new versus for counting the verses. Of course, if you subscribe to Goat versus Fish, that counts for a versus. If you gift a subscription to Goat versus Fish, that counts for a versus. But we're going to say that if you gift 5 subscriptions to Goat versus Fish, you get a bonus versus. So if you gift 5, you get 6. So if any fish wants to put them within one versus of GOAT in the subscriptions, you can gift 5 subscriptions to GoatVsFish. You can get 5 subscriptions to GoatVsFish. Or you can just cheer to GoatVsFish. That's 100 bits. That's 100 bits for the fish. Fish is now on the board with 100 for fish. Fish says, why would I even want to competition in the verses of subscription when the bits are just ready for the versing? They're ready for the versing. 100 bits. 100 bits for fish. 100 bits for fish. 100 bits for fish. Fish, fish, fish. 100 bits for fish. Nice verses. So let's watch those fish one more time, starting from the verses. And that was Cute Goat. Cute Goat versus Cute Fish. That was Cute Goat versus Cute Fish. That was Cute Goat versus Cute Fish. Let's go back once again. Cute Goat yawn. Here was the Cute Goat yawn once more. Cute Goat yawn once more. So who was cuter? Who was cuter, the goat or the fish? Who was cuter, the goat or the fish? Cute fence vids? Oh, are you really going to make us? If you insist. If you insist. You get what you fence for. You get what you fence for.
The star-nosed mole.
Oh, you heard it. Okay. Here's your cute fence sitter.
Star-shaped nose that's ringed with 22 fleshy rays, which they use to feel their way around and even hunt prey. The star-nosed mole is a small mole with a weird star-shaped nose that's ringed with 22 fleshy rays, which they use to feel.
Gaze upon it. Goat versus Fish didn't want this. Goat versus Fish didn't want this. You insisted to Goat versus Fish. You said, please, give us cute fences. Please give us cute fence sitters, Goat versus Fish. We crave it. Now we have to get that fancy taste out of our mouths. The pair of goat or fish. It's a healthful versus. If Goat versus Fish wants to get strong, we have to eat a healthful versus. Are you prepared? Random TV, are you in Canada? It's a fairly common versus. You're in Canada. Well, next versus you go out purchasing goat or fish. Look for it. You may find it. You may find it. There are many pairs of goat and fish, but that is Goat versus Fish's preferred pair of goat and fish. Not too crunchy, not too soft, not too sweet, not too bland, not too goat, not too fish. It's actually 4 goat and 4 fish. It's not 2 goat and 2 fish. It's 4 goat and 4 fish. You are in Canada? Well, that's nice. That's nice to comprehension. So we've looked at some cute goat. We've looked at some cute fish. It's time for a poll. It's time for a poll. We remind you now that on YouTube, the poll has 15 votes. And goat have 80% of the vote, and fish have 17% of the vote. And fence have 7% of the vote. But that poll is yet to resolve. Now it's time for a cuteness poll here on Twitch. You saw the evidence of the cute goat and fish versus of cute goat, cute fish, or cute or ugly fence. Cute goat, cute fish, ugly fence. Cute goat, cute fish, ugly fence. Cute goat, cute fish, ugly fence. It's a 5-minute poll, and it begins now. The poll is live on Twitch. It's time to vote on who you think is cuter, the goat or the fish. And the poll is going. The poll is going now. Verses of cute, cute goat, verses of cute, cute fish, verses of cute, cute goat, verses of cute, cute fish. And now we know that many of you enjoy the song of Goat vs. Fish, so we're going to plug in some musications of Goat vs. Fish as you vote. We have 4 votes for Cute Goat. We have 2 votes for Cute Fish. We have 1 vote for Ugly Fence. Remember, you can use your channel points to vote. You can use your channel points to vote. Fish take the verses. Cute Fish take the verses. By the verses, we are listening to KCWM Volume 1. We're going to share a link now. They gave us permission to use their verses here on the living streams of Goat vs. Fish. We are going to share the link with you now here in the chat, so you can support them on Spotify if that is your desire. Cute Fish, take the verses. Cute Goat, once again, 4 votes, 4 voters. Cute Fish, again, Cute Fish. The Goat, we're telling you, Cute Fish, the Goat, they don't want to use any of their channel points to vote for Goat. You can vote more than once, Goat. Don't you know this? Random TV knows this. Zingy Bungwa knows this. They use their channel points. 12 votes for Fish, 3 votes for Fish. There was less voters but Fish outversing the Goat, again outversing the Goat. Again outversing the Goat. Fish take the second poll. The fishing poll. The fishing poll. Let's make this a musication stream. And let's play some musications. Let's play some musications. What if we did this versus? What if we just did this, a big, empty versus behind Goat vs. Fish? Just a big nothing behind Goat vs. Fish. You may say there's something fancy. There's something fancy going on, Goat vs. Fish. No, no, no. Do not despair. Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish. Let's start off with the verses that you all know well, and that you all wish you could hear a little more. A little more. That you all wish you could hear a little more sometimes.
There's a place we can go, while we fish and we goat. It's a place that everybody know as Celebration Island. As Celebration Island. Now there's a place we can go, while we fish and we goat. It's a place that everybody know as Celebration Island. As Celebration Island. Hoof in hoof and fin in fin. Where do the verses end and where do they begin? In a celebration, who won win? In goat, the versus fish. Oh, there are mountains so tall, goat can climb them all, and there isn't even any urban sprawl on Celebration Island. On Celebration Island. Oh, there are mountains so tall, goat can climb them all, and there isn't even any urban sprawl on Celebration Island. On Celebration Island. Take a gaze at that hearty horn. The goat's head that it does adorn, climbing mountains till the early morn. A celebration for goat on Celebration Island. On Celebration Island. On Celebration Island. On Celebration Island. Lord Octavius with 100 verses. It was great to see you as well. Not enough of you, afraid we are. Are you goat or fish, Lord Octavius? Thanks for the 100 bits of verses by Lord Octavius. Is Lord Octavius alive or dead? A celebration for Lord Octavius goat. There are waters so deep, fish can go there to sleep, and the fence sitter won't even make a peep on Celebration Island. On Celebration Island. There are waters so deep, fish can go there to sleep, and the fence sitter won't even make a peep on Celebration Island. On Celebration Island. Take a gander at that shiny gill. Oh, in the waves with a fishy frill. It might be fish 1 billion and goat nil. In celebration for the fish. Cody, welcome to Goat vs. Fish. There are verses so sweet, we can go there to eat and admire the award-winning feat on Celebration Island. On Celebration Island. There are verses so sweet, we can go there to eat and the award-winning feat on Celebration Island. On Celebration Island. We even hear there's a fence over there. For the goat and fish impaired.
verse on it and you can swear.
But nobody cares.
The sand is glass and the air is bleach when you're sitting on a fence on Dead End Beach. On Dead End Beach. On Dead End Beach. The clouds are ash and the sea is tar. $17 for a PBR. On Dead End Beach. On Dead End Beach. Goat and fish are just out of your reach when you're sitting on a fence on Dead End Beach. On Dead End Beach. On Dead End Beach. That was Dead End Beach by GoatVsFish. Let him cook, lol. Mad Paperboy, welcome to GoatVsFish. We're cooking. We're cooking. The fire is burning backwards. What a refenceless thing to say. Lord Octavius with 100 bits for a goat. 100 bits now, matching the fish. There's 100 bits for goat. There's 100 bits for fish. Goat are evening up the verses. Fish are leading in the polls and in how many goat and fish there are, but goat and fish are even in bits. But now with Mad Paperboy going goat, with Mad Paperboy going goat, and Lord Octavius going goat, goat may be evening up the verses. Goat may be evening up the verses and subscriptions. There's definitely more subscriptions for goat. It's really those polls. It's really those fishing polls. But then goat are leading the poll on YouTube. Goat are leading the poll on YouTube. ISB fish, International Space Bacon Fish. Your fish is counted. Cody the fish, Cody the fish, Cody the fish, Cody the fish. More fish. More fish. Goat vs. Fish appreciations you, all 17 watching Goat vs. Fish. When Goat vs. Fish is absent from the living streams, of course, it makes sense. It makes sense that there might be fewer watching Goat vs. Fish. We're all very busy in our verses. But we want you to stay with Goat vs. Fish. We want you to be here and carry with you Goat vs. Fish forever. Because fish by fish, goat by goat, I'm gonna make this verses grow. All we need is a fish and a goat and a place to ask around. Now are you fish or are you goat? Fence sitters say they don't know. So we ask them, are you fish or a goat? Till the fence comes crumbling down. Stage by stage, hall by hall, they're gonna get my name on that wall. If Andy Kaufman can, so can y'all. And there is no stopping us now. Are you fish or are you goat? Ask somebody that you know. Are you fish or are you a goat? Till the fence comes crumbling down. Now just the goats, bleat along with Goat vs. Fish. Just the goats, just the goats, just the goats, just the goats. Now the fish. Kate's left nipple says, how in the hell did you come up with this crazy idea? It's a question, but it's more like a plea to explain Goat vs. Fish. No, Kate's left nip. Are you goat or are you fish? Oh, the verses, it came from within till the fence comes crumbling down. Nice, left nipple goes goat. Your goat is written on Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish has sang it many times, but we know. But we know that when you haven't seen Goat vs. Fish for a long time, you probably want to hear the classic verses. International Space Bacon with a subscription to Goat vs. Fish. Appreciation. We'll get that subscription, poor fish. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish is goat versus fish. And it is what it is. Goat versus fish, the mighty goat fish. Goat versus fish is a goat and a fish. And the goat and fish versus. Goat versus fish brings the verses to you. We promise the verses we tell you are true. Oh, what's goat versus fish? You haven't a clue. But it is something to do. Comes from within you. Celebration for goat. Celebration for goat. Celebration for goat. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish, celebration for fish. Goat are always versus the fish. Fish are always versus the goat. And it was written and it was wrote that goat versus fish and fish versus goat. If that doesn't make any sense, just please don't sit on the fence. No, don't sit on the fence sitter sits on the fence. But it was written and it was wrote that goat climb on mountains and fish in sea floats. And it's goat versus fish for as long as you wish, and it's live on the stage and it's all of the rage. It's goat versus fish, and the unity of goat fish. That's the verses. International Space Bacon with a subscription to Goat vs. Fish. That puts fish on the verses for fish scriptions. Fish scriptions. I've been a fence sitter for many a verse. I respond to each question with answers rehearsed. But now I am learning to choose fish or goat, and I promise to play the fence sitter no more, and it's no. Sat on that fence. I bargained for time and they answered me false, for it's horses like yours I do pity the most, and it's no, nay, never. Goat versus fish, no, nay, never, no more will I play the fence sitter. was answered too soon. Says I am the verses I am. I could be an ostrich, I could be a clam. I went home to my children, confessed what I'd done, and I asked them to ask me this question. And when they did ask me, as oftentimes before, I did promise to play the fence sitter no more, and it's no, nay, never. Goat versus fish. No, nay, never, no more will I play the fence sitter. No, never, no more, and it's no, nay, never. No, nay, never, no more will I play the fence sitter. No, never. No more. Welcome, the Deadpool Show 2. Goat versus fish. Welcome to Goat versus Fish. It's time. It's time! It's time to count these verses. Count these verses up because you have done a radiation on Goat versus Fish, the Deadpool Show with 23. With 23. The Deadpool Show with 23. Be sure to follow Goat vs. Fish. Bailed in with a subscription for Goat vs. Fish. Bailed in with a subscription for Goat vs. Fish. Let's give it a fish. Let's give it a fish. Let's give it a fish. Down with the trash eaters. Would those be the goat or would those be the fish? We've got CPD Dirty Beard 925 with the fish. We've got Bailed in 420 with the fish. And we've got a subscription for fish, a subscription for fish. So let's just add one more subscription in the subscription versus for the fish. And we've got another fish. We've got another fish. The Deadpool Show is a fish. And the Deadpool Show now adding to the first verses of Radiation. Let's get a shout out for the Deadpool Show celebration. That's 23. That's 23 radiation points. 23 radiation points for Deadpool Show. When Deadpool Show raids for the fish. That's 23 radiation points for fish. That's 23 radiation points for fish. And welcome to Goat versus Fish. The friendly rooster, however, is goated. It's not all fish in this verses. We've got the friendly rooster goat. Celebration for goat. Celebration for goat. Your goat is written in Goat versus Fish. Your goat is written in Goat versus Fish. And Giant Spoon says their verses. Says their verses.
The electric fence.
That's a fence sitter. That's a fence sitter in the verses, but do not despair. You can choose goat or fish whenever you wish. Whenever you're ready, choose goat. Or fish. Goat or fish. Goat or fish. Goat or fish. The Polly Ollie, are you goat or are you fish? Jayhawker94, are you goat or fish? Doc Buglove, welcome back to Goat vs. Fish. Are you goat or fish? Now that we have here the radiation and celebration and celebration. Celebration for goat versus fish. And celebration for goat versus fish. Let's sing a verses. Let's sing a verses of goat versus fish. Let's sing a verses of goat versus fish. Fish for life, says Jayhawker. Fish for life, says Jayhawker. Celebration for fish. Celebration for Jayhawker fish. Celebration for Jayhawker fish. That's another fish. That's another fish. That's another fish. Celebration. Oh, and lest we forget, the subscription from Mayoden 420. Subscription. 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 Goat versus fish. 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 Celebration for the subscription for Goat versus Fish. Bayoden 420. Bayoden 420. Goat versus fish. 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 Ah, well, we should play that versus. We should play that versus. We should play that versus. What's this behind Goat versus Fish? What's this behind Goat versus... What's that? What's that behind Goat versus Fish? What in the verses? This one goes out to Fence America. This one goes out to Fence America. We think we should be singing this song in Fence America every verses now. Because if you don't believe in Fence America anymore, then let us introduce you to Goat versus Fish. Please rise for the national verses. Everyone rise for Goat versus Fish. Yes, you're watching at home. Please rise for Goat versus Fish. 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 Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish. Please rise for the national verses. Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish. Fish versus goat. American idiot. I'm not a part of your fenced neck agenda. Now everybody do the fence again, yeah. And sit along in the age of fence annoying ya. Welcome to a new kind of verses, one in which all of the golden fishes are gonna be locked behind the fence. Department of Defense in the streets, but fish will love and the goat will beat until the fences come down. Are you a goat or are you a fish? Are you a goat or are you a fish? Are you a goat or are you a fish? Are you a goat or are you a fish? Welcome to Fence America. Welcome to Fence America. Dr. Get Good Gaming has gone goat. Dr. Get Good Gaming goat. Dr. Get Good Gaming goat. That's one more goat. That's one more Dr. Get Good Gaming goat. We'll get that versus. It's a fun little versus. Who knows? Who knows where that one's from? You might know. Parasocial Snail, welcome back to Goat vs. Fish. Parasocial Snail, are you goat or are you fish? Parasocial Snail goes goat. Mr. Rutherford follows Goat vs. Fish. Caffeinated One follows Goat vs. Fish. Carter the Rebel follows Goat vs. Fish. Are you goat? Or are you fish? I see the fish a-swimming. It's swimming round the bend. And I ain't seen Goat vs. Fish since I don't know when. I'm stuck on Folsom fences. Verses keep dragging on. Oh, but that fish keeps a-swimming onto a goat. When I was just a young one, I was told by my parents, always choose a goat or a fish, don't sit there on the fence. But I sat on one in lost verses and I don't know why. Don't know why. But when I hear that fish a-swimming, I hang my horns and cry. It's a verse improvement. Are you goat or fish? Are you a goat or fish? Are you a goat or fish? Are you a goat or a fish? Are you a goat or 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 a fish? Don't go and sit on the fence. Don't go and sit up on the fence. Are you a goat or fish? Are you a goat or fish? Are you a goat or fish? A goat or a fish? Nice verses. Jayhawker has an alternate verses. But Jayhawker, we don't. It has good in the verses. We'll sing it just for you. When I was just a fence sitter, my mama told me, son, always be a good fish boy, don't ever play with goats. But there's a few fence verses about that verses. But we invite you to sing it however you wish. We invite you to sing it however you wish, inspired by Goat vs. Fish. But Goat vs. Fish has, when I was just a young one, I was told by my parents, always choose a goat or a fish, don't sit there on the fence. It eliminations the verses of good or evil, because there is no good or evil, only goat and fish, and it elimination the verses of boys and girls and mothers and fathers, because that's another false verses. So it makes it all goat versus fish. It's very calculationed by goat versus fish. When I was just a young one, I was told by my parents, always choose a goat or fish, don't sit there on the fence. John Rando says, can't play with goats? Seems fancy indeed. It was a different verses. In the fence times when they didn't allow the goat to versus the fish, oh, we know. Very pitiable indeed. When they didn't allow the goat to versus the fish. Some still want the goat not to be allowed to versus the fish. It's very sad. It's very sad verses. It's a very sad verses. Goat versus fish. Welcome back to Goat versus Fish. The time has come to count the goat and fish. We know you want goat versus fish forever. But Goat versus Fish is pleased now to have given you the living stream of Goat versus Fish. And now, at long last, it's time to count the verses. Let's see who does triumph. For the fish, we have 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s, 11s, 12s, 13s, 14s, 15s, 16s, 17s, 18s, 19s, 20s, 21s, 22s, 23s, 24s, 25 fish. 25 fish. Let's hear it for fish. And now for the goat, and now for the goat. 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s, 11s, 12s, 13s, 14s, 15s, 16s, 17s, 18s, 19s, 20s, 21, 22 for goat, 22 for goat. Let's hear it for goat, let's hear it for goat. But that means one versus goes to fish. There are more fish than goat. This versus, there are more fish than goat. In the verses of the bits.
Ooh. Ah.
Even verses. Even verses in the verses of the bits. There's 100 bits for fish. There's 100 bits for goat. Would you say goat and fish want to throw a bit at goat versus fish? You could earn yourself a triumph. Because in the verses of subscriptions, we've got 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s, 7. 7 for goat, 7 subscriptions for goat, 7 subscriptions for goat. Jayhawker with 100 for fish, Jayhawker with 100 for Fish taking the verses. Fish taking the verses of the bit. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. Taking the verses for fish. Tips also count towards bits. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 subscriptions for goat. 2 subscriptions for fish. That's a verses for goat. That's a verses for goat. In the sound alerts, we didn't quite get those sound alerts. We didn't quite verses about those sound alerts. Oh, Paul Pear shouted out goat versus fish 13 minutes ago. No wonder. We'll have to give a radiation to Paul Pear. And then mean versus radiation, 23 radiation points. 23 radiation points for fish. That's another versus for fish. That's another versus for fish. Another versus for fish. And in the verses of polls, it's 2 polls for fish. Now, if we go to the YouTube, we can see that goat has won the poll on YouTube. Nice versus goat. Nice versus goat. So goats do get a poll on YouTube for the YouTube poll, but it's not enough to have versus the fish. And with the polls all going fish, and the bits now going for fish, with 200 for fish and 100 for goat, that makes 4 verses for fish, 4 verses for fish, and 1 verses for goat. This is a triumph for fish. Fish, 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 fish. Celebration, fishy times. Celebration for the fishy times. Celebration for the fish. Celebration for the fish and the fish. Disappearing blob, welcome to Goat versus Fish. Fish, 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 fish. Fish times. Fish times! The fish have rocked the goat. The fish have shocked the goat. It's a celebration for fish. It's a celebration for fish! Fish! Fish have schooled the goat. Fish have schooled the goat. Let's make it written. Let's make it written in the verses of Goat versus Fish. Let us make it written in the verses of Goat versus Fish. Let us make it written in the verses of Goat versus Fish. 6, 19, 25. Fish! Triumph. It was a fish triumph. It was simply a fish triumph. It was simply a fish triumph. With an honorable goat versus. With an honorable goat versus. To Jedi Grind for the subscriptions. But fish nevertheless triumph in the verses. Juneteenth, yes, Juneteenth. Juneteenth, we've heard of that verses. When the final fence sitters were freed from the fence. Oh, they said, oh, you can't sit on fences anymore. But then the final fence sitters were at last released. So celebration to all those fence sitters. The fence sitters who those fence sitters who were not fence sitters by choice, of course. There is no such thing as a fence sitter by choice because they would only be a fence sitter by lack of choice. But the fence sitters not by choice, but because they have been infenced, but because they have been infenced. They could be goat, they could be fish, but the fenciest fence sitter them all fences them up. They even build houses that look like fences. But on this verses, we celebrate the freedom of the final fence. The freedom of the final fence. Celebration. Celebration for the goat and fish who once were fence sitters, but now are free to choose goat or fish. Now are free to choose goat or fish. But beware. The fence sitter strikes back. You must be vigilant, goat and fish. That no goat or fish shall ever be forced to sit on the fence again! Not in Verse America, not anywhere in the universe! And yet, as we know, it happens even now. It happens even now. And that is why we need you. That is why we need you to continue your dedication to Goat vs. Fish. Your dedication to the liberation of all goat and fish. It truly is up to you. It truly is up to you. This has been a Versus of Goat vs. Fish. Quick report. Inch. Reggie Watts. Goat vs. Fish. For those of you who are curious to know, let's go into the studio of Goat vs. Fish. Hey, the Game Boys 24/7. Hey, welcome back to Goat vs. Fish. We have surpassed 2,000 subscribers on the YouTube of Goat vs. Fish. This is, of course, a celebration. Some of the recent videos of Goat vs. Fish have not quite been getting... We wish, of course, to get at least 100 views of Goat vs. Fish per video of Goat vs. Fish, but that doesn't seem to be happening this Versus. But we're still getting likes and commentations and lots of watching of these verses, So we're just going to keep on versing along. And here we are. We reached some many watching hours in previous verses, but now we're back below 8.5 watch hours, Goat and Fish. We need 8.5 watch hours every day of Goat vs. Fish in order to achieve 3,000, in order to truly achieve 3,000 over the verses of 1 year. So we need at least 8.5 hours. But we truly want more. We want more views for Goat vs. Fish. We want more hours of Goat vs. Fish. But never the fence. We are making a verse provement. Because here we can see that we have 1,007 valid public watch hours over the last 365 days. And we don't know the last verses. We had over 1,000 over the last 365 days. So we have surpassed 1,000. That is a Versus for celebration. But there is continuation. There's continuation on Goat vs. Fish. So if you are watching Goat vs. Fish on Twitch, please subscribe on YouTube to Goat vs. Fish. And if you're watching this living stream now on Twitch and you want to watch the VOD, the VOD will be published on the YouTube of Goat vs. Fish. So go and watch the VOD on the YouTube of Goat vs. Fish. And watch some videos of Goat vs. Fish. And when you are out in the land and the sea, look about you. Find one who is lost. Find one who does not know the way. And ask. Simply ask, are you goat or are you fish? And it was written, and it was written. This has been a Versus. This has been a Versus of Goat vs. Fish. This has been a Versus of Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish.